So good morning, everybody. My name is Wolfgang Zornbach. I'm head of the Climate and Water Division in the Ministry of Food and Agriculture in Germany. And I follow the work of Paul Lü and the Cattle per Million initiative already for many, many years. And Germany is one of the supporters besides other countries in the world because they all together know that soil is really an important issue. I'll come back to you later, and I think we will start with the presentation with the video of the chair, the current chair of the 4 per 1000 initiative, Stéphane Le Foll, and who's doing it? Paul?
Chers ministres, chers amis, chers membres de l'initiative 4 pour 1000, je voulais être présent parmi vous et vous dire tout l'attachement qu'est le mien en tant que président de cette initiative, d'avoir à l'occasion de cette COP une réunion qui nous permette de partager l'ensemble des activités, des visions des uns et des autres à l'échelle internationale dans le contexte actuel extrêmement difficile à l'échelle de la planète. La lutte contre le réchauffement climatique est un enjeu qui doit être partagé par tous et en particulier en y mettant à la place qui est la sienne le rôle des sols dans cette lutte contre le réchauffement climatique. Dear Minister, dear friend, once again this year I'm pleased to welcome you to the 4 per 1000 Initiative Day on the margin of the COP of Climate Convention in the context of this aftermath of COVID health crisis. This 27th conference of the Party of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is being held under near normal conditions in Sharm El-Sheikh, Egypt. As it has become an habit, this hybrid format of our 4 per 1000 day allows everyone to participate in person for those who could make the trip and online for those who could not or did not want to make the trip to Egypt. As it has been the case for many years, Partner Forum will be opened by a high-level segment during which personalities representing members, partners, and even friends will be invited to take the floor to present their activity or their vision in the context of initiatives' objectives. The overall theme of this 4 per 1000 days is Islay Soil and Islay Planet. This is a broad topic and which there is much to be said, especially this year in this current geopolitical context. Also, I am not physically present with you in Sharm El-Sheikh. I want to open this annual day that is so important for our network, the objectives we share and the strategic plan we have to implement now. I wish you an excellent work, and I pass the torch to Mr. Wolfgang Zornbach of the German Ministry of Agriculture, who has keenly accepted to share in person this day of this initiative. In this respect, I would like to thank him warmly on behalf of the two Vice Presidents, Mrs. Gabriela Bastian and Mr. Ibrahim Mayaki, and on my behalf, because we couldn't not, unfortunately, make the trip to Sharm El-Sheikh to share this day. Thank you, therefore, Mr. Zornbach, and to you, the chair.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, also thank you very much from my side. So Stéphane, and as you heard, the chair and the vice chairs are not able to come. And for that reason, I accepted the request to chair the meeting today. But one person is here, and it's the ambassador of France here in the Republic of Egypt, Mr. Marc Baretti. I'm really happy that you are here in our room. and then you wanted to give us some welcome remarks in addition to that, what Stefan already did via video. So I welcome you here on the stage.
It's great pleasure and honor for me to address you. And I think we have to use our common language, which is English instead of French, but I'll try to do my best. As you know, France is supporting the initiative for 1000 since its launching back in 2015. And we are very keen on pursuing this support. France is the first contributor to the budget of the initiative and supports actively the research for new partners. We are spending 150,000 euros, and we also have a French civil servant that is there to support the project. We have also additional financing through our research institute. Why? Well, the reason, you know it all, is because the good health of the soil is an indispensable leverage to fight against climate change. The good health of soils is key to address the challenges that are related to all the Rio conventions: climate, erosion of biodiversity, and fight against desertification. The region is especially victim of the degradation of soils and of the drop of agricultural yields. And at the same time, it is very severely impacted by drought that comes as a result of global warming, and that is, of course, jeopardizing food self-sustaining. But in addition to the drop of yields, the degradation of soils has a number of other adverse consequences of large scales that are difficult to assess and measure, but these impacts encompass poverty, human health, meteorological phenomenon such as sand and dust storms, with the cost that is over $150 billion for the MENA region. And of course, there's an impact on the ecosystems. According to World Bank, a number of studies have shown that the costs of the degradation of soils are related to high losses of ecosystems and incomes that are much higher in the MENA region as compared to other regions. This phenomenon of soil degradation might be assessed around 1% of GDP. Well, this is why it's very important to have and acquire the means to implement solutions that have already proven very efficient, setting up a number of practices, sustainable practices is absolutely necessary. Among these practices, well, agroecology, agroforestry, of course, integrated practices of culture, breeding, and forest management are really an approach that has shown its efficiency for sustainable management of soils in arid zones. France, of course, supports a number of these agricultural projects that are based on agroecologic practices that are less greedy in inputs, and we will continue to do so. In this region, MENA, France is co-financing a project called SUPMED in Egypt and Lebanon, via our French Fund for the Global Environment, FFEM, and our contribution is 1.7 million euros. This project is aiming at an efficient use of water and trying to promote an efficient choice of the seeds and cultures that are adapted to the resources of the soils. In the world, the support of FFEM through agricultural projects, respecting, of course, the principles and basis of agroecology, but also projects to fight against waste and pollution, projects of energy efficiency and human development or sustainable human development is about 35 million euros on a yearly basis, and 2/3 of these projects are here in Africa, and it generates a number of of real investments that amount to more than 100 million euros since our projects supported by FFEM are co-financed. In the whole world, the AFD, which is the French Development Bank, French Development Agency, is implementing a number of projects that are integrating the same principles of sustainable agriculture, sober agriculture, as far as the inputs are concerned. And this is for a budget of around 800 million euros on a yearly basis, only for the agriculture sector. We also have to keep better evaluating the good health of the soils and to research together solutions that might improve the quality of the soils. The initiative 4 for 1000 is contributing to this effort through the scientific and technical committee and the research institutes that are member of this initiative. More than 45 projects have been benefiting from an assessment of the technical and scientific committee over the 3 past years. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a general overview of what France is doing to support sustainable agriculture in Africa, but also in the rest of the world. I know that you're all here together to discuss this. We are sharing the same values and the same wish to implement a sustainable and shared development. You can, of course, always rely on France to support this initiative, and I wish you a very successful and fruitful day of panel and discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, also from my side, a big thank to you directly that you are representing France here in the room, and that we don't have only videos, that we have you here in real life. And yeah, and also thank you very much to France as such, as a founder, and I think the biggest supporter of this initiative, which is really important, not only to France, but to the whole world. And ladies and gentlemen, please allow me, before we start, also some few words from my side. Of course, thank you very much to Stefan, good friend of mine, and we had already some good beers. And it's an honor for me to be here and to chair the meeting, as I did already in Madrid. And as I mentioned, I prepared the first one in Bonn in the big room. So that was always not only an honor, but it was a wonderful thing to do that. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, also from my side and also from Germany, warm welcome to this meeting here of the 4 per Mille Day. And looking at the year 22, I can say it's a really special year compared to all the other years we had before. And it's not only because of COVID or these terrible and unjustifiable wars we have in the world, and also their dramatic impacts on the world economies. It's, as you mentioned, the year of 3 COPs. So it's this one on climate, we have the COP on biodiversity and the UNCCD COP as well. And all three COPs mentioned soil as a very important issue. And I think that's something we should have in mind, that there's not a distinction between these things. They all belong to each other and they have to be seen together. And also what you can see if you go outside, the dramatic impacts of climate change already now. In Germany, we have suffering forests. We had floods last year, and if you look into the world, also this year, storms, wildfires, the melting polar ice, or we have extreme temperatures everywhere in the world. And looking at my country, it was the warmest year ever. And I have got the feeling that's not the end. And looking at COP27, it happens in the light of all these impacts. And this COP highlights agriculture and food security as one of the major issues worldwide. And the COP will decide, let me say probably, on the future of the so-called Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture. And that shows that food and agriculture is now in the heart of the discussions, of the negotiations here in the climate arena under the UNFCCC. That was not always the case. We had to fight hard to show the people, to show the negotiators that this is a very important issue. Everything what they are talking about, if it's finance, if it's mitigation, adaptation, all these things, they affect agriculture and food security. So for that reason, I'm really happy that negotiations are also on high level about these issues. And let's see what happens today. There are still some final discussions about a long text, which is proposed to the COP for decision. It's still not finalized. We were debating until yesterday night. And now for today, we expect some high-level meetings. And let's see what happens if there will be a COP decision about agriculture and food security this year, or if it's being postponed for the next year. In my eyes, if it's going to be postponed, that would be a bad signal. But let's see. When I was in Madrid, I said, soil is a diamond. It's of high value. The diamond is made of carbon. We like to see carbon in the soil. And soil health is in the heart of this initiative, the Cut River Million initiative. And that's good. That's good to see. But knowing that there are also other initiatives worldwide dealing with the same issue. Looking at the situation in the European Union, we are on the way to implement the Commission strategies, the Green Deal, the Farm to Fork strategy. And we are looking forward to the final decision of the so-called LULUCF regulation. So we had a decision last week between Parliament, the Council and the European Commission. And now it has to be finalized technically. And we're also looking forward to the so-called carbon farming regulation. The Commission announced that this regulation will be proposed at the 30th of this month. And then the discussion starts about that. But that's also a very important issue, which is not only for the EU, but maybe worldwide as well. It's very important if you look at carbon farming or soil carbon sequestration, that we don't have any greenwashing there. So that's real climate mitigation, what we're doing there. and not only shifting money from one side to the other. Similar developments we can see worldwide if I look into the United States or other countries in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 700 partners and members fight within the 4 per mille, the 4 per thousand initiative for soil health, at least. More than 700. And I'm happy that today the consortium will decide on the inclusion of further 6 organizations from India, Mexico, Taiwan, France, and also Pakistan. That shows how broad the focus is. And also the European Commission is considering to become a member, as I heard. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to thank the Egyptian COP presidency for all their efforts they made. I know it from the German COP in 2017, how hard that work is to set up such a conference. It's, in my eyes, the biggest conference in the world. And I'm really grateful for that, what they organized for all of us. And I thank the 4 per mille Secretariat, Paul Lee, and all the others around for their work in not only organizing this meeting, but organizing the overall work of the 4 per thousand initiative. I will do it at the end of the meeting again, but I already say it now because the ambassador is here. And of course, I welcome all of you here in the room, at the screen, and also to say thank you to those who sent in some videos which we can look at in the very next future. So the first speaker on video then will be your minister, also a Marc, but Marc Fesneau. And I hope that you not only learn a lot from these presentations, I hope that you also have some fun when you're here. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents de l'initiative, cher Stéphane Le Foll, cher Ibrahim Mayaki, Monsieur le secrétaire général, cher Paul Luhu, Mesdames et Messieurs, je suis très heureux de pouvoir vous exprimer aujourd'hui le soutien continu de la France à l'initiative 4 pour 1000 et redire l'importance de promouvoir le rôle des sols dans la lutte contre le changement climatique, contre l'érosion de la biodiversité et contre l'insécurité alimentaire. Nous devons saisir l'opportunité de la COP27 pour le climat pour réaffirmer la place des sols au regard des défis immenses auxquels nous devons faire face. Ces dernières années, le rôle de clé de la santé des sols a été remis en lumière et l'initiative 4 pour 1000 y a fortement contribué. Des sols fertiles avec une bonne rétention en eau, gérés de manière durable, sont la base indispensable pour garantir notre capacité à produire durablement des aliments sains et de qualité. Les sols constituent le fondement non seulement de l'agriculture et de l'élevage, mais aussi de la sécurité alimentaire. Ils contribuent également à notre capacité collective à stocker et capter davantage de carbone et de CO2. Ils font bel et bien une partie de la solution dans la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique. C'est pourquoi je suis convaincu qu'il nous faut mettre la santé des sols au centre des réflexions. Il nous faut prendre soin de ces sols et les régénérer. C'est avec cette conviction que la France s'est engagée dans le cadre de la politique agricole commune de l'Union européenne dans la transition agroécologique, dont les pratiques culturales s'appuient sur les régulations biologiques et favorisent le bouclage des grands cycles, le stockage du carbone vers les sols et la biodiversité. Cette transition se traduit par un investissement massif de la France pour accroître les surfaces en légumineuses, cultures fixatrices d'azote, avec une stratégie protéines végétales nationale établie sur 10 ans. Notre objectif d'ici 2030, c'est de doubler les surfaces cultivées avec des plantes riches en protéines. Le grand plan d'investissement France 2030, voulu par le président de la République française, Emmanuel Macron, comprend un volet agricole, agroalimentaire et forestier qui prévoit le financement d'actions spécifiques en appui à la transition agroécologique et alimentaire. Je souhaite aussi aborder aujourd'hui les impacts sur l'agriculture et la sécurité alimentaire de la guerre d'agression russe contre l'Ukraine que la France condamne avec la plus grande fermeté. Parmi ces impacts, la forte hausse des prix des engrais chimiques a mis en lumière la forte dépendance de nos systèmes alimentaires à ce type de fertilisants. Cette prise de conscience doit nous amener à réfléchir à la meilleure manière de gérer la fertilité de nos sols en limitant les gaz à effet de serre liés à la fertilisation et en réduisant l'utilisation d'engrais chimiques. Je suis convaincu que l'initiative 4 pour 1000, avec l'appui de son panel scientifique, doit contribuer au débat sur cette question et offrir des propositions en matière de bonnes pratiques. Vous le savez, la France est pleinement engagée pour apporter des réponses aux crises multiples auxquelles nous devons collectivement faire face. Ainsi, le président de la République française, Emmanuel Macron, a lancé l'initiative Food Agriculture Resilient Mission Farm, qui vise à soutenir les pays les plus touchés par la crise alimentaire mondiale, en stimulant la production agricole durable et en veillant à ce que les pays les plus vulnérables bénéficient d'un accès équitable aux denrées et aux produits agricoles à un prix juste. Plus récemment, lors de la 77e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, la France a annoncé avec de nombreux partenaires le lancement de l'initiative Safe Crops pour promouvoir l'accès aux engrais et aux autres intrants essentiels au bénéfice des pays les plus vulnérables et réfléchir aussi, dans ce contexte, à une meilleure approche de la fertilisation des sols. Je veux aussi citer l'importante dynamique de la Grande Muraille verte, conduite par 11 pays africains et que la France appuie pleinement dans le cadre de l'accélérateur de la GMV. Mesdames et messieurs, il faut poursuivre nos efforts et continuer sans relâche à convaincre les décideurs à tous les niveaux, du local à l'international, afin d'accorder à la question des sols davantage d'intérêt. Il nous faut mobiliser à la fois la société, à la fois les acteurs de terrain, à la fois celles et ceux qui peuvent financer ces projets, évidemment, les décideurs politiques, bien entendu. Vous pouvez compter sur ma détermination sur ce point. La France est pleinement impliquée, convaincue et déterminée à faire vivre cette très belle initiative 4 pour 1000 qu'elle soutient depuis le premier jour. Je vous remercie.
Yeah, thank you very much to the French Minister of Agriculture, Food and Food Sovereignty. And thanks again for all the support for this initiative, but all the other activities as well. So very important. So next speaker will be then the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food of the United Kingdom of Spain. Yeah, Mr. Luis Planas Pujades.
Good morning. I would like to thank the 4x1000 initiative for inviting me to address this opening session. We are celebrating this sixth day of the international 6x1000 initiative, to which Spain has actively contributed since its beginning in a complex context of economic instability and the celebration of the 27 COPs Convention on Climate Change. This year, Initiative Day is entitled Healthy Soils for a Healthy Planet. We need to be clear. The world needs healthy soils to ensure the sustainability of ecosystems and the provision of their resources, which are crucial for our planet and the future of our global society. According to an assessment by the European Commission, Joint Research Center and the Soil Mission Board, 60 to 70% of European soils are in an unhealthy state. It's time to act and to increase the percentage of healthy soils to levels in line with the 2030 Green Deal commitments and meet the targets of a more green, fair and equitable Europe. This increase should be driven by greater societal understanding, demonstration of best practices and development of research and innovation into the drivers of soil health. The Common Agricultural Policy supports these objectives through its new green architecture, as well as through knowledge, innovation and investment measures. Other EU programs such as LIFE, Interreg, as the smart specialization of strategies or the digital health observation and education programs will complement activities aimed at achieving healthier soils. The relevance of healthier soils is reflected in their integration in a wide range of EU strategies and policy documents, in particular the EU's Farm to Fork strategy, the Biodiversity Strategy 2030 of the Action Plan for Organic Farming, amongst others. In Spain, we are articulating a coherent package of tools which are enhancing the transformation of agriculture in line with European strategies toward the achievement of a climate-neutral economy. Soil will play an essential role in this transformation. Particularly relevant is the development of an innovative regulatory framework aimed at achieving sustainable nutrition of agricultural soils. Its purpose is to maintain or increase the productivity of agricultural soils while reducing the environmental impact of applying fertilizing products and other sources of nutrients or organic matter to soils. The future regulation fully integrates the 4 per 1,000 initiative, seeking to increase the organic matter of agricultural soils as well as preserve and improve their biological properties, enhancing their management as living soils. It is the base of a resilient agriculture. Complementary, the new Common Agricultural Policy entails the implementation in Spain of precise and specific actions under the carbon farming model through eco-schemes, which are an innovative element of the new CAP. They promote agriculture and livestock practices aimed at improving soil structure, reducing erosion and desertification, increasing the carbon content of soils, and reducing emissions. Eco-schemes will allow extensive livestock farmers to increase their carbon sink capacity of soils by promoting extensive grazing, and farmers through the conservation agriculture and direct seeding in relation to the soils they cultivate. As a committed partner of the initiative, Spain will continue to support in its role of providing solutions to the challenge we face globally. I wish you a very fruitful session and hope that following the adoption of the 2050 strategic plan, the 4 by 1,000 initiative will begin to provide tangible goals to be carried out by all stakeholders so we can all together continue working for a better and healthier future. Many thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much to Luis Planas also for all the support Spain gives to us. And as I already mentioned, one of the big forum meetings was directly in his ministry in front of his office. And it was nice to meet him there live some years ago. Now the next speech is my own minister, Cem Özdemir, and he's Federal Minister of Food and Agriculture in Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends of the 4 per 1,000 initiative, I would like to send you my warmest greetings, even if I can only do so remotely. Sorry for this. I greatly appreciate the fact that agriculture and its role in climate change mitigation are of such high priority at this COP. Soil health is a key lever in this regard for our fight against the climate crisis and for food security. Soil is a diamond. That was the title of the panel you organized at this year's Global Forum for Food and Agriculture in Berlin. Soils are complex ecosystems that are home to an inconceivable diversity of macro and microorganisms. They store water, and they can help climate change mitigation by storing carbon. Only healthy soils that are rich in humus and hence in carbon are fully able to realize their enormous ecological potential. This is why Germany has launched a 25 million euro project to strengthen humus formation in agricultural soils. It is open to both conventional and organic farms, and it is one component in our fight against the climate crisis. Another important way of strengthening natural climate action and biological diversity is by protecting our peatlands, as peatlands are also important carbon sinks. We need naturalized peatlands that will again generate natural peatland flora and fauna. The German federal government is preparing an action program on natural climate change mitigation with this goal in mind. This program has a financial envelope of 4 billion euros and includes peatland protection. Ladies and gentlemen, the Declaration on Soil Health that you have helped draw up emphasizes the importance of our soils for the three closely interrelated ecological crises of our time: the biodiversity crisis, the climate crisis, and the land degradation crisis. It shows that it is important to use synergies and to take coordinated action. Together, we can curb the climate crisis, but we must be quicker in translating our words into action. The 4 per 1,000 initiative plays a crucial role in achieving this. I would like to express my sincere thanks for this. I fully support your work and wish you every success for the conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks to my minister also. And now I go here, and I would like to say it's an honor for me to announce somebody who agreed to give us an inspirational speech. And this person is not only an inspirational speech, it's an inspiration as such. It's Helmi Abulish. I'm happy that you are here, and I'm really grateful. His German is perfect. And Helmi Abulish is CEO of the SICEM initiative in Egypt, founded already by his father, Ibrahim Abulish, in 1977. SICEM promotes sustainable development in ecology, economy, societal and cultural life. And Helmi Abulish is deeply involved in SICEM since it was founded. He studied economics and marketing in Cairo and was for a long time campaigning in national and international politics to promote responsible competitiveness, social entrepreneurship, and tackling the greatest challenges in the 21st century, such as climate change and food security. And what I have to mention, in 2017, he received the Future Policy Vision Award of the World Future Council and the UNFCCC. So, Helmi, floor is open to you. We're looking forward to your inspirational speech.
I have some pictures, and I'm not sure how we should manage them. Once more, good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to join today here as a proud member of the 4 per 1,000 initiative since this year. And I'm happy to share with you some of our experience over the last 45 years. You have kindly mentioned that SICEM has been established 1977 already. And it was my dear father, my late father, Ibrahim Abulish, who established it. And he is the visionary behind SICEM. And we in the Future Council of SICEM are trying to follow path. And I will give you some updates on this. Wonderful. So let me start where SICEM started. And this is in 1977 with a mission and vision. And next, it was my father who then established, living in Austria, where I was born, my mother, my sister, and my father lived. But he is a born Egyptian in 1977. Had the feeling that he wants to go back to his home country and establish a community in the desert based on living soils. Because he was very, very sure that living soils are the perfect ground for living communities and living souls. And saw a connection between this. And this is why he wanted to do this in living of the desert with biodynamic agriculture. Now, biodynamic agriculture then in 1977 was not practiced outside Europe. And so everybody told him, no way, no biodynamic agriculture in the desert. Forget about this. The experts. But not only that he was stubborn enough as a pharmacist, not as a biodynamic farmer, he had no idea about farming, to be still assured that he will be able to reclaim desert through biodynamic agriculture. He also wanted to connect this to a different way to do business along the supply chain, to connect the partners in the supply chain from farmers to consumers. And he created a movement which we call nowadays economy of love. And it's in Arabic much more beautiful to hear, Iqtisad al-Mahabba. But again, when anyone in the 1977s heard the term economy of love, you can imagine what he thought about. Hugging and kissing and not very, very competitive agricultural and business practices. Huh? So again, people were now getting more and more sure that he must have had a very strong sunstroke or something. So biodynamic agriculture, no go. Economy of love, no go. But not this alone was the beginning of a visionary trip. And I'm telling these stories just because it's easy after 45 years to look to a lighthouse in the desert, but you have to imagine the beginning. And then he said, okay, but we will be very, very successful, of course. Biodynamic agriculture, economy of love, how can be anything else? So then we will have some added value, and we need to reinvest this added value into what is really the focus of our initiative. And what is the focus of our initiative? It's the people and their potential unfolding. And we shouldn't forget that even agriculture doesn't matter and that the business doesn't matter. But what really matters is that people learn while they work and that they can unfold their potential. And then everyone told him, you didn't get it in school, because this is the role of the government. I mean, the people go to school and then to university, and there they learn, and you should make the best use of the workforce and get the highest return on investment. And you shouldn't care for the people as much as you care for profit. So another no-go. And because everyone was sure it will not work anyhow, so they just said, okay, he will not reach this. But he was still courageous enough to add another dimension. And he, in 1977, said, and not only should we care for the individual potential unfolding, but we should also care for community development, because the community is what carries us. The community is what matters. The community is what is really living on the soil and which must be nurtured. Now it was clear, I mean, the term corporate social responsibility did not exist, and it was very clear that this is going to take a few weeks, few months. Then my father has lost his money, and everyone told him, at least don't sell your house in Austria, so that when you have lost everything, you can come back and then you start again and everything is great. And then he sold the house. So immediately he made it very clear that he is going to do it. So this is the story of the beginning. And I'm just saying it needs some time, a mission impossible. It needs a vision of what the future really wants from us. And this future does not have to be the linear past knowledge and experience you have. Very often as a visionary, you allow the future to land. But the future is not the past. And it's not related to everything you know. Now we jump on our next slide. You will see, obviously I'm standing here because against all odds, it worked out. And against all odds, today there are thousands of farmers who work biodynamically in Egypt successfully. There are 2,000 people working at SECAM and processing out of biodynamic raw materials, food and pharmaceuticals and garments. And guess what? 80% of what we do gets sold in Egypt. And Egypt is not a particular big market for Demeter or organic products. So it needs a lot of entrepreneurial skills to sell your organic and Demeter products in the Egyptian market. But not only that we sell them in the Egyptian market, we compete in the Egyptian market with multinational companies, small ones, Unilever, Nestle, and so on. And they are in the same segments, and still we are market leaders. This is strange, huh? Economy of love, market leaders, Unilever. Anyhow, I respect Unilever very much, and Lipton and everything, and I'm just telling this to tell you how crazy things can come. And then, beside all this, we have really enforced this dream of our visionary founder, and every single one of these 2,000 people has time to unfold his potential in the working time. So SECAM, as he always was dreaming, is a big school, not a company. And we have schools for 800 kids, and we have the Heliopolis University for Sustainable Development, the first university for sustainable development in the region, with 3,000 students, and a hospital, and integrative health, and many, 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 many projects. So it's a big question now, which I can explore with you on another day, why all this could happen. But let me go to the 4 per minute, which is today's topic, and just let's move one slide on, because in 2017, when my father passed away at the age of 80, and it was the 40th birthday of SECAM, we in the Future Council came together and asked ourselves now, did we actually now achieve this dream? Did we achieve this vision? Because the vision was ending on on our website, you will find it, that this should be a model for Egypt and the world, and it should be upscaled and it should be replicable. And then we were looking around after 40 years, and we were still a lighthouse in the desert, and many, many people come and go from Egypt and from outside Egypt, but it doesn't replicate into the society. And this is when we then took a decision in a long process with all of our friends and networks to create a new vision for the next 40 years. And when you look into our next slide, and I will not dig into this, but you will see that we actually said SECAM does not need to go and continue to grow and have more farms and more tea bags and more schools and more students. What SECAM really wants is to disseminate our ideas into society, to reach the 7 million farmers of Egypt, the 1.6 million teachers, the 3 million entrepreneurs, the 600,000 academicians, and. So a totally refocus of what we are going to do the next 40 years. And this is why it's called the Vision for 2057. And then we said, and if we are going to do this successfully, then Egypt will look different. And we defined a vision on our next slide. You will see it for Egypt in 2057, which is a humble approach, of course, to have a vision for Egypt in 2057. But we said, if we are successful, then Egypt will be 100% organic, biodynamic, regenerative agriculture. Every company in Egypt will apply the principles of Iqtisad al-Mahabba, or economy of love, or whatever you want to call it. And every single institution in Egypt will understand that learning is a lifelong process, and it's about potential unfolding and not about filling the heads with kind of knowledge and things like this. And many, many other things, 16 SECAM vision goals, you are all welcome to see them. I will focus on one, okay? This is the first one we started on in 2017. And it was this next slide, you will see this vision to have Egypt 100% organic. And to do this, we said, okay, let's see why it isn't organic. And on our next slide, you see then we did a dog trial. This is comparative trial between conventional organic and biodynamic agriculture. And very similar results to the feeble studies in Switzerland. And then we did a true cost accounting report. And this is an interesting thing, because the true cost accounting report proved for Egypt basically that, as in every other country, as in Germany, and I'm now saying Germany only because Germany is a much further developed country in this context, and as an example, but in Germany, 8% of the German population eats organic, and 92 does not. In France, it's less. Many other countries, it's less or more. It doesn't matter. In Egypt, it's 0.8%. And it's always the price which matters. And in our minds of consumers, Adam Smith is very strong, and we still believe cheap is the name of the game. And so we said, okay, is it really more expensive, organic? And no, it's not. As everywhere else, with true cost accounting, organic farming is today cheaper. If you consider all the externalized costs, consider the pollution of water, of air, of cells, of everything, and then consider the future costs for our next generations to come dealing with climate change when you emit as a farmer instead of sequester carbon as a farmer. Putting all this into account, I show you now one example on our next slide very quickly, because I'm running out of time. If you go into a supermarket here in Egypt, and you will find ISIS or Sechem products in nearly every supermarket, even in Sharm el-Sheikh, also in Cairo, then you will have a look, and then you will see that our Sechem Demeter anise tea, the best in the world, but it costs 20 pounds per box, okay, here on the left side. Oh, it's on the next slide. And then you see another box, conventional anise tea, also very good, but it costs only 16 pounds. And so the question is this the true cost, what you see? And when you then make a simple cost accounting according to FAO methodology, you will find that there's an additional cost of water pollution of every box of conventional anise in Egypt of 5 pounds, an additional cost of every box of nearly 1 pound for greenhouse gas emissions for a conventional. And then the 16 are 22. This is the true cost. This is the reality, which unfortunately doesn't work with German consumers nor with Egyptian consumers. You can tell this story until you die and nobody cares, but it's good to know. So we said, okay, because we don't want to die, we want to change the world. Let's see how we can monetize some of this externalized cost. And we started with the CO2, and now comes the connection to 4 per mil, finally. Because then we said, okay, let's see what is going on in our soils regarding carbon. And on our next slide, you will see we prototyped this in 2019 or something in our farm, in a wonderful farm, which is open for visits in Egypt, in the desert. And guess what? I'm making it very short now. We could prove that we sequester in trees and soil up to 35, 40 tons of CO2 equivalent carbon per year, per hectare. And this is obviously a game changer when you know that Egypt's average agricultural emissions are 5 tons per year on every acre, 10 tons on every hectare. So average conventional farming emissions of 10 tons, we sequester 30 to 40. And this is the potential of the 4 per mil. Exactly what is the mission of the 4 per mil, to gain this difference between -10 and +30, 40. And we did it, and it was a nice additional income, which enabled us to do better work. But we said, okay, now what about upscaling? And so we went, on our next slide, you will see it, in the last 2 years, to 2,000 smallholder farms along the Nile, not in the Delta, not in the desert, from Aswan to Alexandria, okay? Smallholder farmer means 1, 2, 3 acres or hectares. And we said, okay, what's going to happen there? And obviously in the Delta, you don't need as much compost as we need, and you have less trees and so on and so on. So they only sequestered, as you can see here, about 20 tons per hectare. But guess what? And now comes the nice part of this story, which is giving us the hope of system change in Egypt. These 20 tons per hectare, when you sell them on a voluntary carbon market for 25 euros, are 500 euros. And every farmer here from Egypt, and there are not a lot of farmers from Egypt here, but every farmer in the world knows that a farmer nowadays does not earn easily this amount of money per acre or per hectare. So having an additional income, which is higher than the income from your cotton, potato, or chamomile crop, is a game changer. Because now we could tell our farmer in Aswan or in Alexandria, you go biodynamically, you sell at conventional price. So then we have no problem anymore that anyone buys. You get agricultural carbon credits and your income doubles. And you sequester 20, 30, 40 tons of CO2 in your hectare or in your land. And so I hope you hear it. Huh? So we think that with this example, you could prove that there is now a system change possible, that we can help farmers to go from conventional, regenerative, organic, biodynamic agriculture, to improve their livelihoods, but this is the important thing for every farmer in Egypt, because they are all living on the edge of poverty, and have a fantastic climate impact. And this is what you will see on our next slide, is the reason why we came here to COP27 as simple farmers as myself, to tell to the world, to the negotiators, to Coro, Viva, and whatever else, we will go next year to 40,000 farmers, okay? And this will sequester 1.5 million tons. And we will go in 3 years to 250,000 farmers. And this will be 10 million tons of CO2 per year. And this is an initiative of farmers, and farmers are the climate heroes. And I was in the blue zone and the green zone and every zone you can imagine, even in the red zone. And yeah, believe it or not, I was there. and it's so fantastic for me to be there as a farmer, because everyone speaks about net zero, net zero, net zero, net zero, as if it would be possible for anyone in the world to go to net zero. For no human being and for no industry in the world, you go to net zero, of course. I mean, you can improve, you can improve, you can improve, and in the end, you have emissions. And we, to go to net zero, have to commit suicide, and companies have to close. So this is not going to happen. Who is going to balance the remaining CO2 emissions of all the industries of the world, whatever you speak about? It's agriculture, forests, and oceans. And we will be a big part. And if in 2030 we need 3.5 gigatons of carbon sinks, who's going to be the carbon sink? It's not going to be my electric car and other things I'm using to improve my energy efficiency, not even renewable energy. It's going to be agriculture. So we hope that through this initiative and the ambition to honor farmers for their ecosystem services and make farmers happy and wealthy again, and make rural life worthwhile again, which is then the social impact of this, because instead of running to Cairo slums, you can stay, you can have a nice livelihood, and you can have services, and you can send your kids to school and university and so on, when we just honor the farmer for their services. And this is what we call for. We call the governments, we call the society, we call our fellow friends, businessmen in Egypt and outside, just include farmers as the big part of the solution. And by doing so, we will go automatically to more regenerative agricultural practices. We will use soils as carbon sinks. And I'm very, very optimistic. I believe that then ultimately farmers, who are the big losers of the last 200 years, will be the big winners of the next 200 years. Now, still, there are people who do not believe that this is possible. But we don't know something called Mission Impossible. We are hopeless optimists in SECAM. And we believe that we have to have the courage to do the next step. And in this, we follow a very, very well-known German poet. And on my next slide, you will see what he thought about this before climate change was on the agenda. He said it nicely. He said, "It's knowing is not enough. You have to apply. And even willing is not enough. You have to do it." And this is what I really call for in the whole world. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Helmi, for that inspiration. It was really a good inspirational speech. And it shows to me that we not only need policymakers, negotiators, experts, we need people who have a vision, and we need people who act and not only talk about things. And I think that was the basic message I leave here in my mind. And I will come back in 2057 here to Egypt and look what happened. I mean, then I'm nearly 100 years old, but well, that's okay. Paul joins me. Yeah, thanks a lot again. And I think we need more people like you in the world telling also the policymakers how to act and how to do things. Thanks. I think, Paul, we have to go ahead. Next speaker was announced, Terhi Lehtonen, the State Secretary of the Minister of Environment from Finland. He is unfortunately not able to come. And I heard that on Zoom, we have got Hanna Matila from the ministry, who is giving us some remarks regarding the Quadruple initiative. Is she there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear friends of the 4 per mil and healthy soils, today we are celebrating the Day of Biodiversity. Healthy soils are a crucial part of our biodiverse planet. Finland joined the 4 per mil initiative right in the COP21 in Paris. As a Finland's representative, I took part to the launching event, and I remember very clearly that the atmosphere in the event was very enthusiastic and also very hopeful. Something very essential was launched. This initiative brought soils more and more in the center of policies. And now together we can make policies into actions. Finland promotes and supports 4 per mil in our national policy and as part of the EU and globally. Finland has a target to be carbon neutral by 2035, and as part of the land use sector and soils are also included. This target of climate neutrality is now also the key objective of the new Climate Change Act of Finland. The new Climate Change Act entered into force in July this year. The scope of the act is extended to cover land use sector, and a target concerning the strengthening of carbon sinks is added. And now the EU Commission is also preparing the implementation of the soil strategy. The proposal for EU soil health law will be presented next year. Part of Finland's government's program, there is now ongoing a big research and development program called Catch the Carbon. With these tens and tens of projects, we enhance climate resilient agriculture and healthy soils. The cooperation and knowledge sharing between researchers, policymakers, farmers, and other stakeholders is very important. One example of this kind of cooperation is Carbon Action Network in Finland, together with farmers, researchers, and many stakeholders. Laura Höjer will tell more later today on this network. Next year in June in Finland, we are organizing the first Northern European 4 per mil regional meeting. We are happy to invite you all to this event. It will be also online, so it's easy to participate from all over the world also. Together we are making the change. Previous speakers spoke on the miracles in the desert, and maybe that could be also a call for all of us. Let's do miracles in the deserts, even though in Finland we don't have deserts, but you know that it can be a metaphor for all of us. I wish you an interesting day for healthy soils. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hanna, and thank you very much that you jumped in for your state secretary, and also thank you for the invitation to Finland. It's a wonderful country, and I'm looking forward to that meeting. Now we have got a series of video messages. The next one is Maria do, and now I don't know if I spell it right, Geo Antunes, Minister of Agriculture and Food from Portugal.
Excelentíssimo Sr. Presidente da Iniciativa 4 para 1000, Stefan Le Foll, caros participantes nesta iniciativa, neste fórum, quero apresentar-vos as minhas saudações cordiais. É com muito gosto que participo neste painel Healthy Soils for a Healthy Planet. Este é um tema fundamental para a nossa sociedade, onde o verdadeiro progresso só se consegue alcançar com mais ciência e inovação. Todos nós precisamos de participar ativamente na definição de novas formas de valorização dos recursos, de otimização dos processos produtivos e de um consumo mais responsável. Gostaria de chamar a atenção para alguns dados reveladores e preocupantes. 33% dos solos da Terra já se encontram degradados. O solo alberga mais de 25% da biodiversidade no planeta. Os solos saudáveis são o maior reservatório terrestre de carbono do planeta. Fundamental na atenuação das alterações climáticas. Todos os anos, cerca de 1.000 milhões de toneladas de solo são levados pela erosão na Europa. Perante este cenário, é fundamental agir. Os solos constituem um recurso natural e não renovável que produz bens e serviços indispensáveis para os ecossistemas e para a vida humana, sobretudo no caso da produção agrícola e a segurança alimentar. Portugal continua empenhado em várias iniciativas internacionais, como a Parceria Global do Solo das Nações Unidas e a Parceria Europeia dos Solos. Portugal, em articulação com a União Europeia, está empenhadíssimo em assegurar que o balanço de degradação de terras seja neutro. Devemos apostar em práticas agrícolas resilientes, de forma a melhorar a qualidade dos solos e que reduzam ao mínimo a sua contaminação. É importante salientarmos os princípios agroecológicos mais amplos que estão no cerne da estratégia do prado ao prato e da estratégia da biodiversidade. Destaco, a título de exemplo, alguns objetivos. Reconverter pelo menos 10% da superfície agrícola em elementos paisagísticos de grande diversidade. Produzir, ou melhor, reduzir as perdas de nutrientes e o risco e utilização de pesticidas químicos, aumentar a percentagem de terras agrícolas no regime da agricultura biológica e aumentar a matéria orgânica dos solos. A estratégia do solo na União Europeia para 2030 estabelece um objetivo claro. Até 2050, todos os ecossistemas do solo da União Europeia estarão em condições saudáveis. Sendo esta regulamentação importante para Portugal, importa fazer uma reflexão alargada e participada a nível mundial, onde se pretende ouvir os vários intervenientes do setor. É de salientar que não existe uma receita única, aplicável a todos os tipos de solo e condições climáticas ou a todos os tipos de utilização de terras. Há um volume crescente de conhecimento passíveis de aplicação na agricultura, existindo um grande esforço internacional na aferição dessas práticas e na sua disseminação responsável. O Plano Estratégico da Política Agrícola Comum para Portugal também inclui, nos domínios específicos, os solos e a biodiversidade nos ecossistemas e nos objetivos específicos a promoção da gestão eficiente do solo. Destaca-se o capítulo dos ecorregimes, nomeadamente o objetivo de aumentar a capacidade de sumidouro de carbono do solo e proteger o solo contra a erosão. Será promovida a utilização eficiente dos recursos com a transição para uma economia de baixo teor de carbono e resistente às alterações climáticas no setor agrícola. Gostaria de concluir sublinhando que a agricultura não desiste de acompanhar as inovações tecnológicas e é também motor de mudança. Temos de garantir alimentos de qualidade e seguros, sem comprometer os recursos do planeta e o bem-estar das próximas gerações. Agora que atingimos os 8.000 milhões de cidadãos no mundo, temos essa dupla responsabilidade.
Yeah, thank you very much to Portugal. Before we start the next video, Paul reminded me that if you turn around, you can see a lot of food. That's not only decoration. If you like, because we don't have any break here in between until lunch, you can help yourself. Or, as we heard in the inspirational speech, in the sense of love, help your neighbor. Yeah, so that's also possible. So the next speech is done Naji Isvan. He is the Minister of Agriculture of Hungary.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Megtiszteltetés számomra, hogy 2021 után ismét itt lehetek a 4000 kezdeményezés napjának felsővezetői körében. Mindenek előtt szeretném elmondani, hogy a magyar kormány kiemelten támogatja az egészséges talajok stratégiai tervének megvalósítását. Egyúttal örömmel tájékoztatom Önöket, hogy 2022. februárjában Magyarország csatlakozott a Talajegészség Koalícióhoz is. A 4000 kezdeményezés célkitűzéseivel a jövőnket biztosítjuk. Túl kevesekben tudatosul még, hogy a lábunk alatti vékony talajréteg az életünket szolgálja. A talaj és benne az élőlények sokasága lát el bennünket táplálékkal, biomasszával és rostokkal, szabályozza a víz és szén tápanyagciklusokat. A talaj egészséges állapotának fenntartása, a degradálódott talajok javítása fontos részét képezik a magyar kormány agrárpolitikájának. Ennek szellemében hoztuk például a termőföldvédelmi törvényt, a helyes mezőgazdasági gyakorlat rendelkezéseit és a termőföldtől az asztalig szemléletű élelmiszerlánc biztonsági szabályozást. Az Európát sújtó energiaválság a magyar mezőgazdaságot is komolyan érinti, azonban most sem feledkezünk meg a környezet- és talajvédelmi, valamint az élelmezés, illetve élelmiszerbiztonsági szempontokról. Műtrágyákat helyettesítő alternatív tápanyag utánpótló anyagokat keresünk, és dolgozunk azok mezőgazdasági felhasználásának lehetőségein. Gyakorlati tapasztalataink felhasználásával, az újrahasznosítható melléktermékek alkalmazásával néhány év alatt várhatóan jelentős eredményeket fogunk elérni. Célunk a leromlott talajok helyreállítása, fenntartható használatának biztosítása, erre mind nemzeti, mind uniós források is a rendelkezésünkre állnak. Az 1992 óta működő talajinformációs és monitoring rendszerünkkel táblaspecifikusan tudunk adatokat szolgáltatni a talaj egészséges állapotáról. Folyamatosan képezzük a gazdálkodókat a fenntartható talajgazdálkodás módszereire, és a közeljövőben indul a gazdálkodói talajvédelmi programunk, amelyet 5 éves ciklusokban tervezünk megvalósítani. Komoly erőfeszítéseket teszünk annak érdekében, hogy ezekben a nehéz időkben is kiemelt figyelmet fordítsunk az egészséges talajok fenntarthatóságára. Ez a jövőnk záloga. Egészséges életet csak egészséges talaj adhat.
Thank you very much to Naji Isvan, Minister of Agriculture of Hungary. And then the next one is the Deputy Minister of Agriculture from Bulgaria, Mr. Georgi Saviv.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Bulgaria welcomes the holding of the 6th meeting of the 4/1000 initiative and the emphasis on soil health and mobilizing broad-level actors for the implementation of its strategic action plan for 2050. Soil is a limited, irreplaceable, and practically non-renewable natural resource that performs a number of functions, playing an important role in maintaining the balance of nature and the existence of human society. Healthy soils are the foundation of a healthy food system. It is necessary to acknowledge their power to produce sustainable and nutritious crops and to mitigate climate change through carbon storage. We note with concern that such important resource is subject to a number of threats such as soil degradation, reduction of organic matter, severe erosion, floods, and droughts. Halting and reversing the current trends of soil degradation must become our main priority, and we must unite in our efforts to bring life back to degraded soils. Healthy soils are the largest terrestrial carbon pool on the planet, meaning that without using their carbon storage potential, we will not be able to meet European Green Deal targets and become climate neutral by 2050. Depending on how soils are treated and managed, they can actively contribute to promoting human health and fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, such as SDG 1, No Poverty, and SDG 2, Zero Hunger. Increasing crop productivity and improving yield stability over the years are the long-term benefits of healthy soils that contribute positively to food security and income generation. The EU Soil Strategy for 2030, which aims at achieving healthy soils by 2050, and transitioning to sustainable soil management is an example of the EU member states concerned, thus taking decisive actions and following adequate policies to ensure healthy soils. Sharing experience, exchanging information and best practices to prevent soil damage can contribute both to more effective solutions in relation to soil protection problems at national level and to the achievement of goals on an international scale. Finally, once again, I would like to emphasize that caring for soil is caring for life, because life on Earth depends on healthy soils. Joint actions are needed to improve the functioning of food value chains, the conditions for biodiversity, the capacity to mitigate and adapt to climate change, because healthy and sustainably managed soils provide people with key environmental, economic, and social benefits. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much to the Minister of Agriculture from Deputy Minister of Agriculture from Bulgaria. Next speaker is now Mary Gudgeon, the Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs and Islands from Scotland.
Thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. While I sadly can't be with you in person at COP27, I'm delighted to be able to join you, albeit virtually, to discuss climate change and the importance of protecting and enhancing our agricultural soils. We know our climate, environment and our biodiversity are at great risk. We all need to take action, and improving the carbon storage and health of our soils is a vital part of that. Last year, we welcomed you to COP26 in Glasgow, and I announced that Scotland would join the 4/1000 initiative. Since then, we've set out our vision for agriculture. In that vision, we outline our goal for Scotland to be a global leader when it comes to sustainable and regenerative farming. We're developing a new agricultural support system, which will enable us to deliver our vision and adapt to future social, economic, and environmental challenges and opportunities. We're working with our industry to understand how we can best meet our climate and environment goals, in line with our commitment to a just transition to net zero by 2045. We launched a national test programme last year, backed by £51 million of funding, to support and encourage farmers and crofters to learn more about how their work impacts on climate and nature. Healthy soils are a key feature of that. We're financially supporting farmers across Scotland to conduct soil testing, as well as carbon audits and nutrient management planning. We also encourage agricultural practices that optimise soil health and carbon storage, for example by providing advice and support for farmers and funding a wide range of research, including on soil health indicators. We have a soil regenerative group made up of farmers who are working together to establish how best to support, enhance and protect their farm soils. We're supporting peatland restoration, an important soil in Scotland, through a funding package of over £250 million over 10 years. We also have a target of restoring 250,000 hectares of degraded peatland by 2030. This includes restoration and improving management on agricultural land. Our soils are vital, and we must all work to protect and enhance them. Healthy soils store carbon and help us battle climate change. They are biodiverse, and most importantly, they allow our farmers and crofters to continue producing high-quality food. It's by working together to share our experiences and learn from one another through these fantastic initiatives like 4/1000 that we can make real change and ensure healthy soils now and for the future.
Yeah, thank you very much to Scotland for supporting the initiative. Now, the next speaker on the agenda is Faten Kamassi from Tunisia. She is still not here. She's on the way to the meeting and will come later. So we go forward to the next speaker, Mr. Drissa Traoré. I heard you're here. That's fine. Good to see you. And the floor is open to you. You are the official representative and technical advisor of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development from Côte d'Ivoire.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Drissa from Côte d'Ivoire, the first cocoa beans country producer. So we're here to seize this exceptional opportunity to talk about soils. The International 4 per 1,000 Initiative Day is a wonderful opportunity for the world climate decision makers to put an emphasis on the critical role that soil can play in food security, nutrition, and climate change negative effect mitigation. My country, Côte d'Ivoire, has adhered to the International 4 per 1,000 Initiative since 2016, just a year after its launching. Côte d'Ivoire is the first cocoa producer in the world, with about 2,200,000 tons per year. But now, my country is facing numerous of challenges due to its soil erosion. Thus, the country has launched many projects on regenerative, productive, and resilient agriculture. For example, we have a great project that we call Cocoa for Future. We also have another project called Terry for Soul. These projects are aimed to try to find the way and helping small farmers to engage in a comprehensive soil management. But small farmers are getting involved in this project voluntarily. Now we urge climate decision makers, high businesses to really encourage small farmers to get involved in the 4 for 1,000 initiative by putting in place some incentives, because without incentives, those farmers are going voluntarily and they are not able to make it happen. So it's urgent for the climate leaders to really engage together, to make decisions together with all the stakeholders to put in place some incentives so that farmers can go really in that initiatives. Because at the end, they are the ones that are on site. They are the ones that are putting in place all those strategies, all those results from researchers. If they are not really involved, our initiative won't, achieve its goals. So this is really an advocacy to call upon all decision makers, as I was saying, to really put measures to bring all farmers to get on the 4 per 1,000 board. For that reason, in my country, next year, in May 2023, we are going to organize an international seminar on 4 per 1,000, which seminar will be organized to try to gather all stakeholders interested in soil, making soil, in a good way. So what we want is to have other people coming to help us, because now my country and the CIRAD cannot do all together. We need all people to back us to make our goals achieved. So as I was saying, we can achieve the 4 per 1,000 goal without enhancing the bridge between climate leaders and small farmers who are the one on the site, putting in place practices, our theories, and our scientific results. It's good to continue the dialogue between researchers and the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trissa, for your speech and for the very sustainable notes, handwritten notes. Well, we are using these kind of things here, the computers. Okay, next speaker will be Stephen Quest. He is Director General from JRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission.
Dear participants of the 4 pour 1000 session at COP27, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you through this video message today, as unfortunately I cannot join you physically in Sharm El-Sheikh. There is no doubt we need healthy soils and the ecosystem services they provide. And for the European Commission, healthy soils are indispensable for achieving the objectives of the European Green Deal relating to biodiversity, sustainable agriculture, zero pollution, and of course, climate change. Therefore, I'm happy to announce that the Commission is joining the 4 pour 1000 initiative and that the Joint Research Centre has been tasked with leading this process. We're currently finalising our internal procedures so that we can join you all in this worthwhile venture in the near future. The Commission is committed to the initiative's goal of creating and preserving soils for food security and climate. We can see that clearly in the recent EU soil strategy and the nature restoration law. Both are key policy initiatives that recognise the importance of preserving and increasing levels of organic carbon in soils. In addition, the Commission has adopted a communication on sustainable carbon cycles. The communication sets out actions to support carbon farming and upscaling business models that reward increased carbon sequestration. At the JRC, we are very excited that we've been tasked with leading the process of the Commission joining 4 pour 1000. We are supporting Commission policies in this field with solid data and scientific evidence coming from our EU Soil Observatory. For over 10 years, we've been monitoring and modelling the impacts of land management practices on below-ground carbon stocks across the EU, and building on this, the JRC is now leading efforts to develop a harmonised soil monitoring system for the EU, and this will allow us to better track our progress against the ambitions of EU policies and our commitments in the 4 pour 1000 initiative. We're very much looking forward to working with you, and I'd like to thank you for your attention and wish you a great event.
Yeah, thank you very much to Stephen Quest, and I'm really happy to hear that the European Commission is joining us as well. That's a wonderful sign. Now the next speaker should be Dr. Juan Lucas Restrepo Ibiza, Director General from the Alliance of Biodiversity International and the International Center for Tropical Agriculture. Unfortunately, he was not able to send in a video or to produce that video, so we only say thank you to him and go over to the next person on Zoom. As I heard, that's Mr. Paul Roca, Director General from OIV, the International Organization of Wine.
I think it's my turn to talk. And I'm sorry not being there with you. I was there yesterday and something took me back to Dijon, where I'm speaking now. Well, I don't want to speak more on the importance of soils. All the persons that have been talking before me, they have given this a message which is very important. The International Organization of Wine and Vines is a standard setting organization based on science. And as such, we are very concerned about the characterization of soils, which are very important for quality in our production. By doing so, we had done some methods of analysis based on taxonomy analysis of the biome and other activities that we do and we promote. We are at the beginning of certain initiatives on for augmenting and for encouraging quality by reducing tillage, objectives of reducing also the inputs. We are very active in setting this type of standards in viticulture. But I think we have to deliver a little bit more altogether. It says we have this implementing together goal, and also inspired by Helmi Abulish. I think I like it very much, his speech. And I have to say that we can contribute the sector very actively. The wine and wine sector, we are small. We have 7.3 million hectares in a surface in the world. But we're very active in communication. We're very important, I think, because in terms of giving messages, we're very efficient. We have a product that has a short value chain and that delivers a lot of messages. And I think this is one of our contributions with 4 per 1,000, besides saying what we are doing, which is mainly applying very conservative practices for soil. At this moment, I'm saying that we are tripling almost every year the surface dedicated to bio or some type of certification on vines, but this is not sufficient. So we are there to help. We are here also to contribute to the 4 per 1,000 initiative. And good conference. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul Roca, for your message. And healthy soils are important, not only for food, but if I look at wine, also for fun. So good message. Thank you very much for that. So next speaker is then Mrs. Natalia Rodriguez Eugenio. She is Land and Water Officer at FAO and responsible for the Global Soil Partnership.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it is a pleasure to share this space with all of you and to take this opportunity to highlight the role of soils in climate change mitigation and adaptation. We have to raise our voice and demonstrate how through sustainable soil management, we can address the serious environmental and socioeconomic crises that are affecting everyone in the world. FAO, through the Global Soil Partnership, has been working on the promotion of sustainable soil management since 2011. Aware of that soil organic carbon is paramount to soil health, we have set an agenda for action for unlocking the potential of soil organic carbon. Currently, we are implementing this agenda jointly with farmers and partners, of which CAT per 1,000 is one of them. In April 2020, the Global Soil Partnership launched the REC Soil Initiative, Recarbonization of Agricultural Soils. The REC Soil main objective is to support and enhance national and regional greenhouse gas mitigation and carbon sequestration initiatives in agriculture through the adoption of sustainable soil management, including incentive mechanisms to farmers for the adoption of for the provision of ecosystem services. So far, we have over 500 farmers that are putting around 1,000 hectares under sustainable management. And 6 other countries will join, just contributing to making progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goal target on sustainable agriculture, but also reducing land degradation and mitigating up to 34% of the emissions from agriculture in these areas. The CAT per mil represents for us an important political ambition that made the climate change stakeholders understand that soils can constitute one of the solutions to this global challenge. Thus, we appreciate the French efforts to advocate for soils during the COP15, as that constituted a fundamental political breakthrough to position soils in the global agenda. The new cut per thousand strategic plan for 2050 is very ambitious, so I would like to invite cut per thousand partners and members to continue to catalyze the current soil momentum and transforming into concrete actions on the ground. To do so, it is critical to join efforts among existing initiatives so that we can make efficient use of scarce resources to advance global soil health. FAO Global Soil Partnership is a coalition of wills for sustainable soil management. So I invite you to work together and turn the soil agenda into action. Thank you so much, and I wish you a successful day.
Thank you very much, Natalia, and I'm really happy to see this good cooperation between the Global Soil Partnership and the Cut per Mille initiative. So next speaker is then Mr. Placido Plaza, and he's Secretary General of the International Center for Advanced Mediterranean Agronomic Studies.
Dear Dr. Zornbach, dear Mr. Le Foll, dear colleagues and friends, on behalf of the SIAM, I would like to thank you for your invitation to this conference concerning the important topic on soil health. In Europe, for several decades, and more recently in the southern Mediterranean countries, soils have often been under pressure due to the growing demand for food caused by population growth and the need to ensure food security. The development of agriculture has therefore led to technical choices that have often not preserved soil fertility in all its dimensions. The priority given to productivity in the crop species selection, often made in spite of their low adaptability to pedoclimatic conditions, has led to an increased use of water and fossil energy consuming inputs. This strategy clearly shows its limit in the actual context of global warming and reduced water availability. Preserving, if not restoring, soil fertility is a major issue, especially when the availability of arable land is threatened by phenomena related to accelerating urbanization, erosion, and salinization. To address this challenge, the 4 per 1,000 initiative is very important because it is through increasing organic matter that soil fertility can be restored and water consumption reduced, and this increase in turn can play a role in the storage of carbon. Indeed, fertile soils contribute to food security in the region and to climate change adaptation. Through SIAM initiatives for more sustainable and responsible agri-food system in the Mediterranean, we have always considered soil fertility as a priority in research and training, in community capacity building, and in regional cooperation projects. Moreover, the issue of soils is inherent to water and watershed management and the preservation of indigenous plant species, as it is also to sustainable food systems. At SIAM, we work to connect those different fields through intersectoral and multi-stakeholder approach. For instance, in the Sustainable Food System MED platform, led by SIAM, FAO, and the UFM, we aim at integrating all these issues to improve the state of knowledge of the Mediterranean at the Mediterranean level, to develop training and research networking, and to create the conditions for a permanent dialogue between the actors that operate in the agri-food systems or are impacted by them. We will be able to achieve more sustainable food systems by combining, first, agronomy at the service of a transition towards more self-friendly agroecological practices. Second, economy, to favor the evolution towards agricultural value chains in which equity is a central value. And third, inclusiveness, so that everyone's talent is mobilized and no knowledge is wasted. Since the launch of the 4 per 1,000 in 2015, the CIAM committed itself to supporting the development of the initiative, particularly on the policy and scientific aspects. We reaffirmed that commitment at COP22 in Morocco by making available our research, our training and cooperation skills, and our networks also to promote the exchange of knowledge for resilient and healthy Mediterranean soils. Today, we are pleased to be present at COP27, where we will also intervene to present our regional actions to fight land degradation and strengthen food security and agricultural systems' resilience to climate change. We look forward to the 6th day of the 4 per 1,000 initiative to learn more about the actions that our partners' organizations are deploying to converge to our common goal. Thank you very much for your attention and have a very good meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much to Placido Plaza. And next speaker now, another video from Dr. Patrick Caron, and is president of Agropolis International, international director of the Montpellier University of Excellence, and member of the CGR Board of Directors.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the chair of the initiative 4 pour 1000, Stéphane Le Foll, and the vice chair Ibrahim Hassan Mayaki for this invitation to be part of this important event. 4 pour 1000 is important. It's important at this point in time of the history where cascading crises are putting in risk the planet and the humanity. It's important because 4 pour 1000 opened the way to three important pathways to break silos, and we need that. The first one is to take it and consider seriously the role of agriculture when it comes to climate change. We have not looked at it seriously for many years. It was a taboo. And then 4 pour 1000 shows very well that looking at sequestrating carbon in the soils could be a great pathway forward and a great solution to mitigate climate change. And it's great that we can put and share this agenda on the table. The second way to look at breaking the silos is to look at agriculture in a very different way. To look at agriculture as providing many services, not just generating problems, apart from providing food, of course, but in particular environmental problems, but also to be part of the solution with the condition that agriculture has to transform completely, that a new paradigm is needed, and that it's important to look at it in terms of promoting agroecology. And this is what 4 pour 1000 aims at also. And the third way and the third pathway, which is important, is to bring all stakeholders together around the table to look at possible options for the future, but possible options that build upon the knowledge that is provided by science. And this is absolutely great because 4 pour 1000 also offers this opportunity to look at the best way to value science outcome and knowledge into decision making. So let's move around 4 pour 1000 and make it a stronger and stronger initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick Caron. And now the next speaker is somebody from the policy sector. He is chair of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, Mr. Norbert Linz. It's the Committee of the European Parliament.
Sehr geehrter Herr Le Foll, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, Als bei der COP21 in Paris 2015 die Initiative 4 per 1000 gegründet wurde, waren Böden ein Randthema auf der politischen Agenda. Das hat sich auch dank Ihrer Initiative in den letzten Jahren massiv geändert. Die Kohlenstoffbindung in der Landwirtschaft ist mittlerweile ein fester Bestandteil der Klimapolitik. Neben dem Schutz von Wasser, Meeresumwelt oder Luft liegt nun deswegen auch ein Fokus auf den Schutz des Bodens. Die Kommission hat im letzten Jahr im Rahmen des Green Deal die EU-Bodenschutzstrategie für 2030 veröffentlicht. Ich begrüße, dass die Wichtigkeit des Bodens auch auf europäischer Ebene diskutiert wird. Doch gilt zu beachten, dass der Schutz des Bodens im Grundsatz dem Subsidiaritätsprinzip unterliegt. Das bedeutet, dass die Verantwortung vorerst und zuerst bei den Mitgliedstaaten liegt. Ein Schlüsselelement der EU-Bodenstrategie ist bereits die Erhöhung des Bodenkohlenstoffs in landwirtschaftlichen Flächen. Wir streben in naher Zukunft ergebnisorientierte Systeme an. Hierfür können wir auf europäischer Ebene die Voraussetzungen für Bäuerinnen und Bauern schaffen. Das werden wir demnächst mit dem Vorschlag zu Carbon Farming tun. Ich freue mich, dass wir hier bereits auch dank der Initiative 4 per 1000 auf einen wertvollen Schatz an Ideen und Best Practice zurückgreifen dürfen. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, wir wollen beim Schutz der Böden für einen gesunden Planeten vorangehen. Danke, dass Sie mit der Vorreiterinitiative 4 per 1000 und den angeschlossenen strategischen Plänen dafür politisch den Weg mitbereitet haben.
Yeah, thank you very much to Norbert Lenz, and I apologize that we at the end only heard his words. I could understand them well, but that you were not able to see him on the screen. So let's now wait for the technical solution for the screen, because the next one will be a Zoom. So the next one is Mr. Philip Mauguin, okay, from INRA, the Fresh National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and Environment.
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear chair of the initiative and dear chair of the day. I am delighted to have the opportunity to renew today INRAE's strong support for 4 per 1000. INRAE, the French research organization, is a world leader on research concerning several SDGs, including zero hunger, climate action, and life on Earth. And as you may know, our institute has been one of the first scientific organization basis of the 4 per 1000 initiative at COP21 in 2015 with CIRAD and IRD. And since the COP21, we have been working closely with the initiative, both with the scientific and technical committee, and also through national, European, and international research programs. Let me give a very few examples. At the national scale in France, we have published a major study showing the precise technical and economic potential of soil carbon sequestration in the French agriculture sector. And this study has triggered a large interest by farmers and agri-food industries. And now we have farmers project certified by the French National Low Carbon Label. And we can see the first payments for farmers, and this is an excellent news. At the European and international scale, I will give 3 examples of concrete projects. First one, INRAE is leading ORCASA. ORCASA is a coordination action for the implementation of strategic research and innovation agenda. And the initiative ORCASA brought together now 100 key stakeholders and more than 500 scientists from around the world. And one of the objectives of this international platform is to build a knowledge platform that could become a world reference about soil carbon knowledge. And Jean-François Souslana will be back on this project later on today. The second example is the EU Clean Farms project we are coordinating. And this project is focusing on pilot farms. The pilot farms through Europe will test innovative systemic solutions using the latest modeling approaches and multi-criteria assessment tools. And we think that case studies will be essential to reach climate neutral and climate resilient sustainable farms. The third and last example is the European project NIVA. Which end up with the demonstration of contribution of remote sensing to carbon monitoring. And we know that we need reliable methodologies and data sets for monitoring agricultural performance, and in the same time reducing administrative burden for farmers. That's a key issue. All the different interventions this morning are the evidence that the 4 pour 1000 initiative has now an ongoing strategic plan. We can collectively be proud and congratulate ourselves. And I hope that in the short term, indicators of the implementation of carbon storage in the countries, in the regions of the world, supporting the initiative will be available. And I hope you will have a great conference in Sharm El-Sheikh, and I thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much for your support, and thanks to our technicians for solving the problems. So if you have such kind of conferences, they never happen without problems. Okay, because that's directly connected to that. Yeah, we have some changes in the agenda. So next speaker will be Valérie Verdier, and she's CEO from the Research Institute for Development from France. That's a video. That's right.
Chers collègues, chers membres de l'initiative 4 pour 1000, c'est toujours un grand plaisir de vous retrouver pour la journée de l'initiative 4 pour 1000, organisée à l'occasion de la conférence des parties de la Convention climat. Et depuis la première édition de cette journée, lors de la COP22 à Marrakech, l'IRD a participé activement à cette journée, marquant ainsi son soutien constant à l'initiative. Afin de limiter l'ampleur et la fréquence des crises en cours et à venir, nous renforçons les voies vers la durabilité pour l'atteinte des objectifs du développement durable. Nous savons que cela nécessite d'engager des transformations et des changements profonds dans les modes de vie des sociétés du Nord comme du Sud. Du fait des interfaces, des synergies et aussi des antagonismes entre certains ODD, l'IRD a souhaité structurer ses différentes compétences scientifiques autour de 9 grands défis sociétaux pour les pays du Sud. Le thème de cette 6e édition, des sols sains pour une planète saine, entre en parfaite résonance avec l'un de ces défis sociétaux prioritaires de l'IRD, à savoir le défi terre et sol. Ce défi terre et sol, il est organisé selon 4 axes: les sols et la séquestration du carbone, la dégradation et la réhabilitation des terres, la dynamique de l'appropriation et des usages des terres, et l'agriculture et l'intensification durable. Interdisciplinarité scientifique, approche multi-acteurs pour la co-construction de projets au plus proche des populations, notamment des femmes et des jeunes, sont des enjeux que nous partageons avec l'initiative 4 pour 1000. Cette année, l'IRD apporte une contribution opérationnelle au plan stratégique de l'initiative, et je souhaite ici renouveler mes remerciements et mes félicitations au secrétaire exécutif et à toute son équipe pour l'accomplissement de ce travail remarquable. Par exemple, l'IRD co-organise ces jours-ci avec l'Université de Maradi à Niamey au Niger une rencontre sur les observatoires pour le suivi et l'évaluation de la séquestration du carbone. Cette rencontre internationale s'inscrit dans la dynamique de la Grande Muraille Verte. Dans le cadre d'un dialogue renforcé entre les différents acteurs de la recherche et du développement, cet atelier au Niger permettra de co-construire une vision partagée d'un dispositif d'observation entre échelles locales, régionales, entre pays et aussi entre disciplines. Les différentes dimensions des impacts de la Grande Muraille verte, qu'ils soient environnementaux, sociaux ou économiques, seront pris en considération. Les conclusions de cet atelier et les conclusions qui en seront tirées, le cadre de référence scientifique d'un tel dispositif d'observation au Sud, nourrissent les actions de l'initiative 4 pour 1000 et font parfaitement écho à cette 6e édition des sols sains pour une planète saine. Je vous souhaite de riches débats pour cette 6e édition et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Valerie. And I'm sorry, we expected some English subtitles, but they were lost on the way from France to Egypt, I think. But nevertheless, now I heard that Elisabeth Claverie de Saint-Martin is now online. She is CEO from CIRAD, the French Agricultural Research and Cooperation Organization. Is that right? Are you there?
Okay, thank you. So I would like to thank very much the Executive Secretariat for the meeting and for all the preparatory work and more globally the work you do on a daily basis. CIRAD has been involved since the beginning of the initiative and really fully supports it. And it supports it first scientifically by producing knowledge and papers, and also by building a research consortia on this theme. And Julien Demenoir, who is with you, and Vincent Blanfort too, will give you some examples of the concrete project we are making, trying to do on the ground together, and especially with INRAE and IRD, who's just spoken. And we are also fully in support operationally. And operationally, it means leading project on the ground with impact, mainly in tropical countries and overseas territories. 4 per mil is really a fundamental piece of our global commitment on climate. And we work, as you know, both on adaptation, attenuation, and when it comes to production, but we would like to underline also that we have to go further. We have to really rethink the whole process. And the whole process is not just working on production, it's also working on consumption and on food system. And we would like really much on this COP to advocate for a global change of the whole food systems. We also wish during this COP and in support of the 4 per mil initiative that the coordinated action, joint action could really find a new place in the COPs to come. And that's really something very important. And finally, I would like to really emphasize the need for more participation from global South country, more participation in the negotiation, more participation in our contracts, and also more financing for their equitable participation. And that's really a strong point. If we want the 4 per mil initiative to be successful, we need everybody on board, especially tropical country, as you know, who have really qualities of soil, which makes the difference. And we need to find financing for them to work with us even more. So with this, I will stop, and I thank you very much and wish we all have a great meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your kind words. And you're right, money is the answer to many questions. Now, next speaker, and she's online, I think, is Anna Beatriz Wingeier, National Project Coordinator, Strategies to Increase Soil Carbon Sequestration from Argentina. It's the National Institute of Agricultural Technology, and she has got a presentation. Is that right?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Today, I will present some of the progress made by the researchers at the Institute that contribute to close the knowledge gap of the pillars of the initiative. One of the advances is the national map of soil organic carbon sequestration potential that was presented in 2021. The soil organic carbon sequestration potential was estimated for 4 scenarios, the business as usual, and 3 levels of sustainable soil management scenarios, a 5, 10, and a 20% increment in soil organic matter inputs. And for both for grasslands and for croplands, the absolute organic carbon sequestration rates, as well as the relative soil organic carbon sequestration rate, increase with the increment of the organic matter inputs. But those rates, especially the absolute ones, were positive when we have an increment in organic matter inputs that are about 20%. Those results highlight the urgency to address innovation and technology development for increasing soil organic carbon sequestration, especially when we consider climate change effects on soil organic matter stability and mineralization. Another results, important advances are increasing the accuracy of soil organic carbon estimates at country level. And so here I just present 2 works, one in the Patagonia forest that involve to understand how the dominant tree species of those forests are drivers of soil organic carbon sequestration. Another work was made in the Gran Chaco area, where a similar type of work that characterize the grass species that dominate the rangelands to try to understand how these species can drive the stocks of soil organic carbon, and that way to improve the mapping resolution that we can have for Argentina. And nonetheless, regarding stakeholder engagement with the initiative, important work has been done by a group of researchers using the AMG model by Dr. Andriolo and his team, which is an open patent software that allows to easily quantify the rates of soil organic matter sequestration from different starting points, either single crops raised in the summer, summer crops with cover crops in the winter, or pastures, to different scenarios, and how that is now being used by other partners, the Regional Consortium of Agricultural Experimentation, the Cultivia app by Bayer, and the Puma Actage. And that allows farmers to be able to stay in the farm and see how their decisions can improve the soil organic matter content of the field. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And also thank you very much for giving us some insight into your practical work. So next speaker is Mr. Philipp Birker. He's from Germany, and he's co-founder from the Climate Farmers, not co-farmer.
Co-farmer also.
Yeah, also co-farmer, yes.
Good morning, honored to be here. I will be taking it a little bit from the theoretical to the very practical in my presentation, and I will be sharing with you some of the learnings that we made with climate farmers in 3 years of working with farmers in 16 different European Union countries to actually transition towards regenerative agriculture. I had a presentation prepared for you. I'm wondering if it's going to come up here. Otherwise, once we start, you can probably skip the first 3 slides. I would have been talking about the planetary boundaries. You all know this. I would have outlined for you why regenerative agriculture is the best way forward. You all know this directly as well. So we can directly move on to slide 4 once we have the presentation online. And what that will be talking about, I can already say now. We basically analyze what we think are the main reasons why regenerative agriculture is not scaling. So the thing that has been amazing us at Climate Farmers is, as we have heard in the many presentations today, we all know that it is the thing that makes sense. We all know that it sequesters a lot of carbon, but it's not happening, right? In the European Union, there's almost no farmers actually practicing regenerative agriculture. And we identified several reasons why that is the case. One of those reasons is that we actually have issues with getting to the level of having enough model farms. Farmers are not impressed with PowerPoint presentations. Farmers are impressed by other farmers. So what we need to get to is to get 10% of all European farmland under regenerative management. And once we have that, we believe that getting from 10 to 100% is going to be no problem, because at that point we have farms where we can bring other farmers and we can show them on the soil how it is working practically. This is what we have been seeing already, because we are organizing these kind of field trips. And when you take farmers to farms with healthy soil, they behave like children in a toy store. They get pretty excited, they start playing around, and that is the thing that is getting us excited as well. So once we have the presentation up and running, we can maybe move to slide number 4, and then we can go further from that one. This is where that is where I was before. So we have the issue of 10% farmland under regenerative management, and we have the issue of payment for ecosystem services, and for making the case that regenerative agriculture makes economically sense for farmers. Because this is the other issue that we're seeing massively. Those farmers which are actually practicing regenerative agriculture right now, they're not getting paid for that. They're most of the time getting the same price as conventional farmers. So they're putting in a lot of extra effort. They have to buy sometimes new tools, new machinery. They have to pay for consulting services, and there's no financial accreditation for that one for them. And as long as that is not financially making sense, we will not see regenerative agriculture at scale. Next slide, please. So in order to get there, we need 2 main things. One is knowledge, one is finance. Next slide. Just to let you know. So the core issue on the knowledge side, it starts always a mindset. So as you maybe know, over the last 50 years, what we have been teaching farmers in the European Union is to focus on yield and on yield alone. And that is a massive issue. If we want to have regenerative agriculture at scale, we need to unlearn the focus on yield, and we need to teach farmers, or to help farmers to understand that the thing they should be focusing on is soil health. Soil health is the underlying issue of regenerative agriculture, and soil health is what would be driving the transition towards regenerative agriculture forward. Next slide. The other one is finance. There we see 2 key ones. The one is measurement of ecosystem services, and then the second one is payment for those ecosystem services as society. One thing that we will be getting later into is what, for example, we also heard this morning already from Sekem. Carbon credits are definitely one of the things that's moving already. We think carbon credits are by far not enough. What we would love to see is the society, and I think politics play a major role here as well, to pay for other ecosystem services as well. Biodiversity is also slowly getting some attention. Another major one is, for example, soil water storage capacity. I come from Western Germany, a region that has been flooded in the last year by the floods. These floodings would not have happened if we would have healthy soils. So what I would love to see is for governments to actually pay farmers for the flood mitigation risk, which they would be doing by having healthy soils. We're very far away from that. Maybe there's some people in this room that can take this back to your respective governments or people to maybe make this happen. Next. So we have been testing in very close contact with our farmers in 2020 and in 2021. And since this year, we are running 5 different projects ourselves, which we are using in order to help farmers with that transition. Next. So the first project is a farm enterprise analysis, where we're using basically mathematical modeling as well as satellite data to help the farmers to understand what transition would make sense in their specific context, and to help them analyze their farm. A lot of farmers don't have the business plans that you might expect them to have. So we're actually starting with that one, figuring out what is the things which are working well on the farm, what are the things which are not working well, and what are the areas where it would make most sense to slowly start the transition. Transitioning towards regenerative agriculture is never a 1 or 0 game. It's always a gradual transition. And usually it starts by running experiments on some part of the farm. And then when those go well, you start expanding to more areas. Next slide. Once we have done the farm enterprise analysis, we integrate the farmers into our community. We come from a startup context. Some of you might know this as well. We love to work with fancy tools. Slack is one of those fancy tools that we love to work with. We tried to get farmers on Slack, didn't work. Now we're using WhatsApp. Every single farmer that I ever met has WhatsApp. So we have WhatsApp communities, which are managed by farmers on a local level and on a European level, depending on the different areas that they're working in and depending on the regional focus of them. Next slide. Another issue that we have been seeing in the last few years is that there has been a hype around regenerative agriculture. And as it goes with every hype, there's a lot of people that are jumping onto the train. And in terms of consultants, that led to the fact that there's now a lot of fancy websites out there where people claim to be regenerative agriculture consultants. Unfortunately, most of them don't really know what they're doing. So we got a lot of feedback from farmers, which were conventional, were interested in regenerative agriculture, started contacting these consultants, and were then very frustrated with that experience. So what we did, we built a farmer-backed consultant database. If you want to join that database as a consultant, you need to be verified by one of the farmers in our community. And then every time you consult a farmer through us, we get a verification from that farmer in again. So if a farmer decides to pay for a consultation, he actually knows that that consultant holds what he speaks about, and he can check with other farmers if it's really true. Next. Then we have a transition blueprint process where we essentially take the farm through the entire process. We look with them, what is the context of the farm? What is the ecological context? What is the implementation plan? We integrate them with the community, and afterwards we support them with data collection. Next. For this data collection, we have developed a methodology together with Wageningen University, and together with them, we're basically using 3 different areas based on mathematical modeling, as well as satellite technology, as well as soil sample, in order to analyze the regeneration that's taking place on the farm. And then next, and then we're almost at the end of my presentation. From this, we are developing regeneration credits, again, very similar to SECAM doing it here in Egypt. We're basically looking at the regeneration that's taking place. We're measuring the increase in carbon, biodiversity, soil water storage capacity, and we're enabling the farmers to get paid for that. Right now, we're doing this through the private sector, through companies that are interested in carbon sequestration and compensation. I would love, again, to have governments involved here and to have government paying for ecosystems services of farmers. And then we're already at the end. Generally, the approach that we're always taking, we can't do everything by ourselves. So we're always looking at this systemic level, and we're collaborating with anything from research institutions to universities, to companies, to government institutions, in order to figure out what are the levers and the acupuncture points that we need to push in order to scale regenerative agriculture. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Philip. Your government is already here. And I'm really happy because not only because you're here, it's a fantastic bottom-up approach. So the farmers practice and then go to the policymakers, and not the other way around. I have an idea, please pay for it, otherwise I cannot do it. And what we do, we have a project which we finance. It's the so-called Farm Food Climate Challenge, and the climate farmers are part of it. Good. Thank you very much for that presentation. And now the next one will be a video again from Francois Mondin, yeah, sorry, farmer, also a farmer and president of APAD, that's the Association for the Promotion of a Sustainable Agriculture in France.
Bonjour à tous. Agriculteur depuis plus de 30 ans en France en agriculture de conservation des sols, je suis aussi président de l'Association pour la promotion de l'agriculture durable, l'APAD, qui œuvre au développement de l'agriculture de conservation des sols en France. Merci de votre invitation à ce segment de haut niveau. Elle est l'occasion pour moi de porter la parole des agriculteurs de nos réseaux, français, européens et mondiaux. Dire que les événements de l'année 2022 engagent des changements importants est un euphémisme. Nous voyons sous nos yeux et en accéléré la transformation de notre monde. L'énergie, la santé, l'alimentation sont au cœur de ces bouleversements. Nous tous, et notamment nous, agriculteurs, sommes confrontés directement à tous ces risques. Changement climatique imprévisible, coûts de production très élevés, difficultés d'approvisionnement. Construire et accompagner des évolutions de systèmes de production qui consolident la production agricole et en même temps qui garantissent la transition écologique, c'est cela que nous devons soutenir. L'agriculture de conservation des sols répond clairement à ces enjeux. Oui, l'agriculture de conservation des sols permet une production alimentaire en quantité et qualité pour assurer la sécurité alimentaire de tous. Oui, L'agriculture de conservation des sols est une agriculture décarbonée, sobre en énergie, répondant aux enjeux climatiques. Oui, l'agriculture de conservation des sols peut permettre de réconcilier la société avec ses agriculteurs. Oui, l'agriculture de conservation des sols est une agriculture plus résiliente en période de sécheresse et plus respectueuse de la ressource en eau. Oui, l'agriculture de conservation des sols est porteuse d'avenir pour les nouvelles générations d'agriculteurs, car elle assure des revenus équitables et un temps de travail équilibré. Oui, l'agriculture de conservation des sols doit encore être épaulée techniquement pour perfectionner la réussite de tous et lever encore certains freins à la transition. Le temps n'est plus à l'interrogation, mais à l'action. Les agriculteurs ont besoin de clarté sur la route qui se dessine pour eux, avec une approche globale et collective adaptée à chaque contexte local. Épaulons rapidement et efficacement la transition des agriculteurs vers ce système agricole durable à travers des politiques publiques ambitieuses donnant confiance aux agriculteurs dans leur choix de production sur la durée. Et identifions clairement l'agriculture de conservation des sols dans ces 3 piliers comme la solution systémique à soutenir dans les prochaines politiques publiques. Agissons ensemble. Merci de votre écoute. Bonne conférence à tous.
Yeah, thank you very much to François Mondin. And now next speaker is again here in the room. That's great. It's Precious Firi, and she is coordinator of Regeneration International, coming from Zimbabwe. And Precious, I think it's not the first time that we meet. So in her speech, I was told, is followed then by a video from Mercedes? Yeah. Oh, no video. That's live, a live video. That's great. Mercedes Lopez Martinez, and you're speaking together. That's fine.
Hi, my name is Precious Piri. We represent Regeneration International, which is a global network of regenerators from consumers, practice, science, as well as feeding information to policy. We have about 400 organizations as partners in the network with a potential of 4 million outreach to people. And today I'm with my colleague who's going to share a little bit about a video that we're about to show you.
Thank you, Precious. I am Mercedes Lopez. I am working in Via Orgánica. We have an organic school ranch in San Miguel de Allende, Mexico, and we have the Billion of Agaves project. This is a very strong and powerful project to rebuild the communities, the soil, the food, the agriculture, and the biodiversity, and enjoy the video. Thank you.
Siempre que nosotros tengamos una planta de maguey, pues vamos a ver un ingreso, ¿verdad?
Y que no requiere fertilizantes o riego.
Sino que la plantas y ahí mismo pues ella se adapta.
Las borregas también para los ganados sí sirven bastante.
El billón de agaves genera economía para campesinos y campesinas.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Los saludo desde el proyecto de Vía Orgánica en San Miguel de Allende, Guanajuato. Es una estrategia que pretende cambiar de alguna manera el cómo se ve el paisaje semiárido degradado. Una estrategia que pretende volver los ojos al maguey nuevamente y verlo como una planta realmente aliada ante la crisis climática.
Es una planta que captura CO2 del ambiente, que además es refugio de flora y fauna silvestre y que retiene los suelos.
Una planta que asociada con especies de leguminosas se vuelve una planta que resiste los climas semiáridos, que se adapta, que se vuelve productiva.
Aquí tenemos lo que son asociados el maguey con varias plantas. Tenemos las moras, que se alcanzan a ver por ahí al final. Tenemos olivos y pues también tenemos asociado lo que son los animales, las gallinas, de repente también algunos conejos que andan por ahí. Entonces no necesita de mayor espacio tampoco, podemos asociarlo con diferentes plantas.
Nos da diferentes beneficios como alimento, como material para construcción, como forraje para los animales.
Por beneficio de la gente, mucha gente aquí, los de las comunidades, tienen sus huertos de maguey.
¿Verdad? Porque no vamos a gastar en comprar forraje para nuestros animales porque nosotros ya lo tenemos. Pues es una invitación a que todos pongamos nuestro...
Aquí Bioorgánica tiene su máquina preparada para moler forraje. Se muele, se envasa en botes de 20 litros, que son 20 kilos. Se deja 28 días. A los 28 días se les da el forraje que es a chivas, borregas, reses y gallinas, cerdo.
Thank you for showing the video. This is just one of the strategies in the school that Mercedes spoke about. It shows how we can help small stock and all livestock, especially in the drylands of Mexico. And I think in the drylands of Africa, we also do the same using generative practices of holistic grazing and seed and food sovereignty work with farmers. So we just decided to show a small piece of video for you to indulge in some of the work we do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Precious and Mercedes. And thank you very much for the video as well, because it shows that regenerative agriculture is not only hard work, it could be fun as well. Next one is the video again. Mrs. Alana Lea, and she is founding director from the organization I Give Trees, which is a non-profit organization in USA as well as in Brazil. Is that right? Here in the agenda.
We need onsets instead of offsets. Activities by individuals, companies, and nations that remove 2 or 3 times more carbon from the atmosphere than they emit.
Instead of paying off a promissory note for your carbon debt, an onset pays your debt forward. It makes a down payment on the future, supporting people, communities, and indigenous cultures.
It is about regenerating soils, biodiversity, water retention, pollinator habitat, productivity, farmer income, social equity for smallholders, and more.
With the rapidly growing international interest in carbon credits, we always remind potential buyers that trees are not simply numbers on a spreadsheet. Most don't yet take into account the added benefits of soil carbon sequestration achieved by using organic methods in the plantings. We've discovered that there is often more interest in fast-growing monoculture plantations over biodiversity, soil health, and community benefits. This must change if we are to achieve our climate goals.
These good people want their springs to flow again, to receive rain in spongy soil, rich in humus, and brimming with life that's ready to grow. And as the water returns to the aquifer, it has a positive effect on the warming climate. We're confident that there's a way we can do this work with dignity for all of life by valuing the people who harvest the seeds, grow them out to seedlings, plant them in soil that's rich in organic life, and giving the trees the care they require to become established in the fields. Please join us.
Okay, then next speaker is Mrs. Jing Meng. Is she here? Yes, wonderful. and she is associate professor and delegate of the China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation. Is that right? Welcome. Floor is open to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jing Meng from University College London and also the delegate of China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation. It's a pleasure to share the first standard in China for evaluation of agricultural production and carbon sink. Soil carbon sequestration is an important part of carbon neutrality. In addition to the reports published by IPCC, FAO, and OECD, the French government proposed the 4% 1,000 initiative at COP21. This evaluation standard published by China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation innovates in 2 points. Firstly, this evaluation standard takes the promise of farmers into account. The unified measurement has shown to be challenging and ineffective due to the diversity and the complexity of aspects such as the environment and the development stage of the economy and also history. The implementation, which also complies with FAO and IPCC criteria, is facilitated by the commitments from the farmers who are most aware of the circumstance. Secondly, the agricultural production is linked to the soil carbon sequestration for the first time. Working toward carbon neutrality while ensuring food supply is more in line with FAO policy and the UN's global sustainable development goals. In contrast to the programs that measured and assessed annually, this standard is for in-season crops. Agricultural products are used as the physical carrier of carbon sequestration in soil to circulate in market, allowing more people to understand, participate in, and also contribute to the market. The measurement of soil carbon sequestration for planting period can correlate agricultural products with soil carbon. Emission reduction and also sequestration are both critical to carbon neutrality. However, less attention has been paid to sequestration. This standard focuses on the farming soil and investigates the scientific system for soil carbon credit for agricultural products. This standard can also serve as a baseline for carbon neutrality in crop farming. The primary method for producing food and the major for sequestrating carbon is photosynthesis. With this baseline, the stakeholders in the industry and also agriculture sector can be involved in the climate change mitigation actions globally.
Yeah, thank you very much for that insight, and thank you very much for coming and speaking perfect English. Great, wonderful. So now next speaker will be Catherine Migaud. She is Director General from the Farm Foundation, and that again is a video.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, je suis Catherine Migaud, directrice de la Fondation Farm, Fondation pour l'agriculture et la ruralité dans le monde. La Fondation Farm a été créée en 2005 à l'initiative du président de la République avec l'appui de grandes entreprises comme le Crédit Agricole et l'Agence française de développement. Elle a pour vocation d'éclairer les décideurs sur les meilleures voies empruntées pour un développement durable des agricultures dans le monde et en particulier dans les pays en développement. C'est en quelque sorte un think tank, mais qui va un peu plus loin qu'un think tank, c'est aussi un do tank. L'objectif est de mobiliser, de créer des liens. Il s'agit surtout de mobiliser les décideurs, ceux qui ont les moyens pour agir, hein, parce que les défis sont immenses. Les défis, il s'agit d'abord d'assurer la sécurité alimentaire d'une population en croissance. Il s'agit de s'adapter ou de lutter contre le changement climatique. Et il s'agit également d'intensifier la production tout en respectant les ressources naturelles. Il nous est apparu important de nous inscrire dans la trajectoire qui est proposée par l'initiative 4 pour 1000 pour plusieurs raisons. Tout d'abord parce que nous partageons les mêmes visions, la vision selon laquelle l'agriculture apporte des solutions à la lutte contre le changement climatique grâce au stockage du carbone dans le sol notamment. Et puis parce que nos plans d'action finalement convergent. Nous avons le souhait finalement de conjuguer nos efforts pour organiser des événements en région, pour publier des documents qui vont participer à la pédagogie qui est toujours nécessaire à faire sur ces sujets de protection des sols, mais aussi mener des projets pilotes vers lesquels nous espérons pouvoir convaincre des mécènes d'apporter leur contribution de manière à amplifier en fait donner de l'ampleur à toutes ces solutions qui pourront être mises en œuvre sur le terrain. Voilà, donc nous avons noué donc un protocole d'accord le 14 octobre dernier. Nous allons maintenant le décliner en convention d'application qui ouvre d'ailleurs à la collaboration à d'autres acteurs qui peuvent être partie prenante. Donc c'est une façon de vous proposer de vous intéresser au projet que nous allons conduire et vous inviter à y contribuer. Voilà, donc je vous souhaite en tout cas pour l'instant une très bonne conférence et au plaisir de vous rencontrer. Bonne journée.
Yeah, thank you very much to Catherine. Next speaker, again, a video will be Mr. Sadhguru. He is founder of the Isha Foundation and of the movement Conscious Planet, Safe Soil from India.
Namaskaram. It's wonderful to be a part of the International 4 per 1000 Forum, and Safe Soil Movement is delighted to have signed an MOU with 4 per 1000 during our time in France earlier this year. 4 per 1000 is one of our key partners and leaders in the topic of soil conservation in Europe. Their encouragement of a transition towards highly regenerative, productive, highly resilient agriculture based on appropriate land and soil management directly resonates with our Safe Soil movement. At Safe Soil, we are overjoyed to receive the support of 81 nations and have reached over 3.91 billion people since the launch earlier this year. A significant response in terms of framing soil policies and consultative processes and soil surveys have begun around the world in many nations across the world. We are extremely grateful for everyone who supported us in this movement, particularly 4 per 1000 who have been pioneers in this aspect of soil regeneration and soil management. These milestones are key indicators that the narrative around the soil's place in the climate debate is changing, with it rightly becoming placed in the forefront. It is vital that COP27 becomes a platform for concrete policy action towards soil health. The speed at which we act upon this now will decide the future of humanity in years to come. My congratulations and best wishes for all of you at 4 per 1000 Forum. Save soil, let's make it happen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Sadhguru. Now, so ladies and gentlemen, we had some changes in the agenda. So next speaker is hopefully here. Ananya Israel, welcome. Floor will be open to you. And you are senior scientist forced by Heartfulness. So from the Heartfulness Institute from India.
A very good morning to everyone. The Heartfulness Institute has recently joined the 4 per 1000 family, and I'm very happy to be present here among all of you representing the Heartfulness Institute and its greening initiative, Forest by Heartfulness. So I am Ananya. I'm the daughter of a former forest officer, Ramakant. So growing up in the forests of India, We spend more time exploring and learning from the mega biodiversity hotspots of the country than being at school, but I did do well at school as well. And the wilderness and the exposure to the green gave us sort of a deep connect, which expanded into me pursuing a PhD in terrestrial carbon cycle, climate change and terrestrial carbon cycle, from one of the premier institutes of the world, Indian Institute of Science. And after that, I'm now currently working, next. So these were the slides that I wanted to show you of me growing up in the wild and with the elephants, wild and free, and yet doing well in academia. And next one, please. Then I did my PhD, and then now currently I work with UNESCO's research institute based out of Delhi. It's called UNESCO MGIEP on education for sustainable development, SDG 4.7. That's what I work on. I'm also a meditation trainer with the Heartfulness Institute. Heartfulness is a simple and subtle meditation system that helps to deal with one of the most potent and the most dangerous kind of pollution. I think that's at the base of all other kinds of pollution, that is the thought pollution. Thought pollution, which is existing on our planet, I feel is the solution also, if we deal with it, to all other kinds of pollution that we are talking about in this arena, in this era. So Heartfulness Institute has its presence in 140 countries across the world, with its headquarters at Kanha Shantivanam, next one, in the outskirts of Hyderabad, a city in India. And Kanha Shantivanam is also the birthplace of Forest by Heartfulness, a unique greening initiative of the Heartfulness Institute. And I have been a part of this team for more than 4 years now. Kanha Shantivanam is a 1,500-acre campus that was an agricultural fallow land. And right now, it is a magical green oasis. And a short video of the Kanha Shantivanam, I'd like Beatrice to play. The video, please. It'll take a while. So I am available here all through the day if you'd like to talk to me about any of these things, including the thought pollution part of it. And I feel like if we deal with that, the rest of the issue can be solved much more amicably. I have this one particular graph which shows the CO2 variations over the past 400,000 years. So the CO2 variations are like a ECG, it just keeps going up and down, and then suddenly there's this last 150, 200 years, like a tiny period of time where it goes like woof off the charts. You might as well think that it's a glitch.
While the situation may seem grim, but satellite imagery shows that there is enough place on Earth to plant 1 trillion additional trees. These can sequester enough carbon dioxide to keep climate change under control. Forests by Heartfulness is an initiative of the Heartfulness Institute to nurture, protect, and conserve endangered ecosystems and encourage biodiversity. Interventions initiated by Forests by Heartfulness do not start with planting trees, but begin by first addressing the irrigation needs of the land. The focus then shifts to nurturing the soil where the trees are to be planted. After the irrigation and soil requirements are managed, expertise is also needed in choosing the tree species to be planted.
They all say grow trees, grow plants. What to grow? There is hardly any information. At least as a thumb rule, you grow indigenous plant species.
Forests by Heartfulness is nurturing saplings of indigenous species at 18 sites across India. Once the tree species have been identified, how to plant them also needs expert guidance.
banyan tree next to a peepal tree, if you're putting them next to each other, there will be a lot of competition and both of them are not going to grow to their full potential. At Forest by Heartfulness, we suggest that if you're planning to make a forest patch, we can help you do that by talking to you about the right species to be grown next to each other.
And after the trees have been planted, Forests by Heartfulness also helps set up an aftercare team to look after the trees.
We should not let them be on the mercy of nature. Human intervention is required. We have to provide the environment for them to flourish.
The Forests by Heartfulness team is a mix of volunteers and experts, and testament to the efficacy of their methods is the transformed landscape of Kanha Shantivana. Forests by Heartfulness has also partnered with many organizations and institutions to create patches of forests. The goal of the initiative is to plant at least 30 million native endemic trees across India by 2025. If you too are worried about climate change and want to do something for the betterment of the planet, you are welcome to come and participate in the initiative.
We have successfully managed to grow and propagate many critically endangered and endangered species of plants from the rainforests of India. And now Kanha Shantivanam is a Noah's Ark and an ex situ conservation center for these species. Heartfulness Institute is also extremely delighted to host the next 4 per 1,000 regional meeting Asia region coming up in February 2023. And I extend a heartful welcome to all of you to be a part of it back in India and hope to see you all soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ananya. And thank you very much for the invitation. Paul also already told me you have to come. But let's see what happens. But it's very important to have these regional meetings as well. And I think this initiative is a very important one. We need more of them worldwide. Now I've been told that the next participant is then Laura Höjer. She's managing director from the Baltic Sea Action Group from Finland, another part of the world, and she joins us via Zoom.
Okay, well, I start. So great to participate in the 4 per Mille Day. Once again, thank you for the invitation and all the inspirational speeches so far. I especially want to say thank you to Philip from Carbon Farmers. I can see really similar approach from Philip, and it's so great to really have inspiration from the different presentations. And I think now I'm going to start my video. So great to see you all. I hope you can see me now, and greetings from Finland. And maybe the presentation, Beatrice, do you think it's possible to open the presentation? So today I'm going to tell, Hanna Mattila already mentioned carbon action this morning in her presentation. So today I'm going to tell you about carbon action. And in this work, we are promoting regenerative agriculture in Finland. And maybe, should I wait a little bit for the presentation, or maybe should I go on? I think the presentation is just coming, so maybe I'll wait for a little while. But as Philip was also talking about how to scale action in his talk, in carbon action work, what Baltic Sea Action Group is actually doing is coordinating the platform. I think the next slide, please, Beatrice. Is it possible to have the next slide? Thank you, great. So we are coordinating the platform, and I think this is so important to get the different actors to work together in order to promote systemic change that really is needed at the moment. So we coordinate the platform with the farmers, scientists, companies, and decision makers. And now I'm shortly going to open up a little bit these bubbles. So next slide, please. this is really farmer-oriented work we are doing. And for this reason, I really like Philip's presentation. He talked about model farms. So we do have model farms in this carbon action work. We have 100 carbon action farms. You can see the map here, how they are located. And they are actually doing the research with us. In the 20 farms, we have more advanced science going on. And then we have intensive research sites. In addition to this, we have a carbon action club that has over 1,000 farmers. So we have a lot of farmers working closely with us. Next slide, please. The science is at the very core of this work. A very multidisciplinary scientific work. As an example, the verification system, the Finnish Meteorological Institute is coordinating this work. So we are combining different data. And actually, you can go and click this field observatory link there if you want to see what is happening in the Finnish field, in the soil at the moment. Well, at the moment, the Finnish soil is quite frozen, so not so much happening at the moment. And we are also able to forecast carbon sequestration. Next slide, please. And I'm very happy to say about news about our free online course. So we have free online course on regenerative carbon farming. It is now in Finnish and Swedish, but next year we are going to have a short version in English. And I think this is going to enable collaboration with 4 per million also with this tool, as we are going to have it in English also. And we have about 2,000 registered participants now at the moment, so very active work here. Next slide, please. So important to work with the companies, they can really scale the action. And examples, what we do with the companies is that we are training their contract farmers, and then we are integrating the principles of regenerative farming into the sourcing criteria. And as an example, we have just launched Christmas beer. The Christmas beer is coming from few of the carbon action farms. So we are reaching the customer interface with the products. This is important in that way. And then the next slide, please. And then, yes, I was happy to hear the previous presentation because I'm going to end with an invitation also. So I'm so happy about this. We have been doing the work with Paul closely together. But next year, you're all welcome to Finland. It's going to be the first Northern Europe regional meeting in Helsinki next June. And you can also join this online. So hopefully everybody is going to join this. We are going to open the registration on the International Soil Day. As you all know, the International Soil Day is on the 5th of December. So then we are going to open the registration, and please follow the webpage. So you are then going to be posted what's happening here. And I welcome you all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Laura. And that worked perfectly. And thank you very much also for the invitation. Now we already know all together about our travel arrangements for next year. So next speaker, second trial, is now Ricardo Relich, the official representative of the Brazilian Federation of the No-Tillage System. We try again. I hope that we have you online.
Running now.
Wonderful. That's great.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you for your invitation and the possibility to speak a little bit with you all. And good morning for everyone. And I am Ricardo Relich. I am from here. I am representing the Brazilian Federation of No-Till System. It's a federation of farmers, Brazilian farmers, which promotes the no-till system as the best way to develop the conservation agriculture. It's important to say that the no-till system that was beginning in Brazil and now is very spread in South America and in other parts of the world was the beginning of the concept of conservation agriculture. So it's very interesting, this history of evolution of the concept of no-till system. The beginning of the no-till system was with farmers, and they was looking for alternatives to reduce erosion. And for that, farmers with this self-initiative began to stop to till, based in history of United States that began 10 years before. But the concept had a lot of things integrated concepts, because the people like me, technicians, researchers, are working together, the federations, to understand what is happening and how to increase quality in this farm system. So nowadays we have in the no-till system how we have today. It's a very large concept of natural conservation. The soil conservation, water conservation, atmosphere conservation, and biodiversity conservation. That's a very interesting history, and the Brazilian Federation, linked with others, farmers federations and representations in South America and in America, has a lot of linkage with Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Chile a little bit, Mexico now, organizing another thing, another confederations, the Confederation of Promoting the Sustainable of Agriculture in America, the CAPAS, and now we are working hard to organize this kind of international organization, to work together, to show how farmers, how organized farmers can show the way to help in this subject of climate change, and how to introduce carbon in soil, to take out of the atmosphere the carbon and to introduce in soil. So it's a very, very important effort that the people are working together, the farmers are working together. So we have others organizations. The GCAN is a very important initiative also, and of course this kind of initiative that we are working together here today, the 4000, is a very important initiative. So the Brazilian Federation is linked in this initiative for 4000 since the beginning, and we were very interesting to increase participation and to participate in all of discussions, to help to find ways to introduce and to develop the no-till system and the conservation agriculture all around the world. So we are very, very happy to work together, everybody, and we are very happy to receive you, to visit, to know the reality of this kind of agriculture in South America. We are saving soils, we are saving water, we are saving forest, because with a good agriculture activity in farms, we don't need more land to increase productivity, to give answer for the necessity of more productivity. So that's the idea, and we are very happy to be together. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ricardo. And next speaker is now, again, some few changes in the agenda. Mrs. Delphine Smagé. That's the video. She is Senior Vice President of Purchasing Quality, Sustainable Development and Communication at McDonald's France.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je regrette de ne pas pouvoir être à vos côtés aujourd'hui, mais je souhaitais tout de même contribuer à cette journée via cette vidéo. McDonald's en France, c'est près de 2 millions de repas servis par jour dans plus de 1500 restaurants répartis sur tout le territoire. C'est un honneur d'être le restaurant préféré des familles, mais cela nous donne aussi une responsabilité. Pour les servir, nous sommes devenus en 30 ans l'un des premiers partenaires de l'agriculture française, en sourçant 78% de nos matières premières agricoles en France en 2021, en mettant en place des contrats de long terme comme socle de toute transformation, et en menant des concertations permanentes avec l'ensemble de nos parties prenantes agricoles pour les associer à notre démarche d'amélioration continue. Nous avons pleinement conscience de notre rôle moteur dans la lutte contre le changement climatique, dans l'accélération de la transition agroécologique et dans l'accompagnement des 33 000 agriculteurs français qui nous approvisionnent. En 2020, McDonald's France a construit, avec ses partenaires et les agriculteurs, une nouvelle ambition à horizon 2030, baptisée Stratégie filière durable. Cette démarche volontaire articule notre feuille de route sur 4 piliers incontournables: le climat, la biodiversité, le bien-être animal et la coopération avec les acteurs du monde agricole. Toutes ces actions ont pour objectif de concourir directement à la résilience de l'agriculture par la réduction drastique de notre empreinte environnementale et la régénération des écosystèmes naturels. Je vous propose de rentrer un peu plus dans le détail. Pour répondre à l'enjeu climatique, McDonald's France s'est fixé des objectifs ambitieux et nous obtenons déjà des résultats encourageants. Entre 2005 et 2020, nous avons réduit de 16% par repas servi les émissions de gaz à effet de serre générées par nos restaurants et nos approvisionnements agricoles. D'ici 2030, nous doublerons cette réduction pour atteindre au moins 35% par repas servi. Et d'ici 2050, dans notre volonté de contribuer à la neutralité carbone de la France, nous poursuivrons nos efforts sur la réduction au maximum de nos émissions résiduelles et sur la régénération des puits de carbone naturels présents sur notre amont agricole, les sols, les arbres et les prairies. Dès 2020, nous avons amorcé plusieurs projets pilotes prometteurs pour atteindre ces objectifs. L'enjeu pour nous est d'expérimenter des solutions sur le terrain avec nos agriculteurs et partenaires et d'identifier les bonnes conditions pour déployer ces actions à l'ensemble de notre filière. Sur le volet prairie, nous avons lancé le projet Pâturon, en partenariat avec 2 coopératives et leurs éleveurs bovins, des experts scientifiques et notre fournisseur de steak haché. Il s'agit d'un programme de recherche scientifique qui vise à comparer les effets de différents systèmes de pâturage sur le stockage de carbone, la biodiversité et la valorisation des prairies. Sur les volets sol et arbres, nous avons lancé le projet Arablé, en collaboration avec un consortium d'experts reconnus sur le terrain pour déployer l'agriculture régénérative et l'agroforesterie sur notre filière blé CRC, culture raisonnée et contrôlée, label rouge. Alors cette première année du projet Arablé a été un véritable défi, relevé grâce à l'implication de chacun de nos partenaires. Le projet implique 2 de nos coopératives chez qui nous avons réussi à recruter déjà 45 agriculteurs sur les 60 prévus au total. Nous avons commencé par identifier le niveau de maturité de chaque coopérative sur le sujet et avons construit des plans d'action sur mesure pour répondre à leurs besoins, contraintes et ressources. Cela a conduit à plus de 6 jours de formation des agriculteurs et des techniciens et près de 500 heures de formation en ligne. Ce sont 28 diagnostics carbone qui ont été réalisés sur leur ferme à date, plus de 200 hectares de couverts agronomiques semés cet été et ce seront plus de 9 km de haies qui seront plantés d'ici avril 2023. Nous avons également identifié les coûts associés au changement de pratique ainsi que les sources de cofinancement et sommes en train de valider avec les différentes parties prenantes du projet un modèle économique propre aux pilotes qui permet d'accompagner financièrement les premiers agriculteurs qui se sont lancés à nos côtés dans ce projet. À présent, nous poursuivons la construction des plans d'action individuels avec chaque agriculteur. Nous allons continuer à les accompagner avec de la formation dédiée et favoriser l'échange entre pairs. Dès que cela sera possible, nous allons intégrer ces projets au cadre du label bas carbone. C'est dans ce contexte que McDonald's France s'inscrit pleinement dans la raison d'être de l'initiative 4 pour 1000. En devenant partenaire depuis fin 2020, nous avons pu bénéficier de l'évaluation experte du comité scientifique et technique de l'initiative pour notre projet Arablé. L'initiative nous offre également l'opportunité d'avancer collectivement avec les autres membres et partenaires. Seul on va plus vite, la collaboration permet d'aller plus loin. C'est particulièrement juste pour relever le défi de la transition agroécologique. Merci et bon forum à toutes et tous.
Yeah, thank you very much to Delphine. That's the private sector, and I think we need the private sector as supporter of 4 per mille also. Or it went into my mind, if McDonald's plants a tree for each burger they sell, then we are there where we want to go. But let's see. Thank you very much to Delphine. Now, next speaker is Bharat Kakad. You're here in the room, I heard, President and Managing Trustee, the BAIF Development Research Foundation in India. The floor is open to you.
Thank you for giving opportunity. I thought it was lost in between reorganizing. Thank you for being excellent session so far. We are very proud to be part of this network since beginning of this initiative. And let me thank Government of France for having this initiative here and having BAIF to be part of this wonderful initiative. Let me tell you, this is excellent coining of words. Soil is diamond. And since we are working with the poorest of poor people in India, and there are many smallholder farmers who are totally dependent on these soils particularly and land in general. So for them, soil is life. Rather, for most of the farming communities, soil is life. They are without soil, without the soil moisture, and without soil life, and that's why we call living soils, there is no life possible on earth. So soil is life. Very quickly about what Government of India is doing. At Government of India's level, they are very serious. There are large-scale initiatives like distribution of soil health cards, so that farmer is aware of the kind of soil the farmer holds and the need for its improvement. There is another very recent initiative, again towards nature-based solutions for farming, that is zero budget natural farming. Just to see that there is minimum tillage and yet there is good production of the soils. There is one more initiative, again extension of subsidies by Government of India for the biogas. And as we all know, biogas not only help capture the methane, but it also helps management of the dung to incorporate back into the soil. So in a way, it helps achieve the circularity. At BAIF Development Research Foundation, since we work across 13 states of India in almost 100,000 villages with our team of 6,000 people, we have 3 very important and direct initiatives to address the issues of livelihood of the people, as well as to help improve the soils of these degraded areas. One is restoration of degraded lands through watershed approach, in which farmers are empowered and skilled to improve their lands, to conserve soil, to conserve water, and improve the soil health in general, so that productivity is enhanced and they get enhanced income levels. The second important initiative is on an integrated approach of management of soils, of restoration of degraded lands through combination of horticulture, forestry, and the crop. So integrated farming approach to transform the small patches of land of the farmers into productive orchards, so that these farmers, they over a period of 4 to 5 years, improve their lands to the extent that the migrating families, for the survival, they're able to settle down right there in their villages and earn enough for their living. The investment which goes over a period of 4 to 5 years is paid back every year to the same families over a long duration of time. The system again incorporates further aggregation by the same farmers of their produce, then taking to the market through their producer companies or cooperatives or any other forms of the organizations. So it's end-to-end solution. Not only it helps the livelihoods of the people, but it also substantially helps restore the lands, improve the water resources in the vicinity of that area, and more importantly, it helps to the extent of 20 to 40 tons of carbon sequestered in the soil and in the trees. There is again another initiative which we have undertaken, again in partnership with the government of Germany's GIZ, and there are a few other partners in India. National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development is also there. So we work directly on enhancing the soil health through various means, whether it is biochar, whether it is incorporating the biomass into the soil, or whether it is converting the crop residues into biochar as well as the briquettes, which is very good replacement of the mined coal as a fuel. So there are these varied approaches incorporated in the smallholder lands so that the farmers are empowered and they get enough livelihood opportunities right there in the villages. With these approaches, overall, we have reached out to about 300,000 families, and to the extent of same level of area has been converted into the conserved landscapes, 0.3 million hectares. One more thing, a very important aspect of agrobiodiversity is also integrated in the whole system of the farming. Without that, I think the monocropping, the repeated crops every year can damage soil further. And as I mentioned earlier, it's end-to-end kind of solution. The value chains are created and the income sustains over a longer time. And then only whatever resources are conserved, the soils are conserved, farmers are able to protect it. With this, I have a small video to play so that it supplements and it actually one can visualize what we are doing at ground level. Can we have video, please? Well, meanwhile, let me also share that since we already are working with in India with various partners.
Food security is still an important issue all over the world. Soil is a very important resource that provides several ecosystem services, including food. The significance of maintaining soil organic carbon contains SOC and stocks for CO2 mitigation is crucial for sustainable soil health and food security in India.
Soil is the most important reserve of carbon, and it is at the same time most important medium to produce food for human being and all other living beings on the earth. Immediate attention is required for improving the soil health.
Soil conservation and improvement are fundamental to the sequestration of carbon through photosynthesis via agriculture and forestry, and is in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals of improving food security, helping agriculture and forestry adapt to climate change and contributing to mitigation. BIAF, Development Research Foundation, Pune-based non-government organization, one of the signatories of 4 per 1,000 multi-country initiative launched by the French government at the COP21 Paris Climate Summit 2015. Tree-based farming model, popularly known as Wadi, promoted by BIAF, have great potential for carbon sequestration. The perennial system harvests solar energy year-round, and the biomass produced helps increase soil organic matter content. Such wadis are established on 90,000 hectares, which converted degraded lands to productive lands. The Natural Resources Conservation Program has a potential to reduce land degradation and improve water management. through Natural Resource Management Program. 350,000 hectares of land has been protected by adopting soil and water conservation measures. This was achieved through scientific and innovative solutions by addressing local needs to improve soil health. With the objective of sustainable and inclusive approaches for soil conservation, rehabilitation of degraded lands, and improved soil health, BIF implemented Pro-Soil program in India. The use of organic manures like vermicompost, city compost, biochar, bioprom, and liquid organic fertilizers promoted after testing soil samples. To address the issue of cotton residue burning, Tulsa Farmer Producer Company initiated production of biochar and vermicompost and its issue to improve soil health. The Farmer Producer Company has converted 98-ton cotton residue to produce 20.80-ton biochar. The collective actions of biochar and vermicomposting production are the pathways of crop residue management, otherwise it was burnt in open air. Another farmer producer company started production of bioprom, a phosphate-rich organic manure production from cow dung slurry cakes.
Dung is converted into two products through biogas. One is the gas. The slurry coming out of it is filtered through a specially devised filter by BIF, and the water which is coming out is so clean that it can be used through drip irrigation for the crops, and which is very rich with nutrients.
Intercropping with legumes, crop rotation with broad-based furrows, application of appropriate quantities of macro and micronutrients based on soil testing reports increased nutrient use efficiency and enhanced crop yields. Improved agronomic practices like crop cultivation with appropriate crop spacing, broad-based furrow system for soybean, ridge and furrow for cotton crop. Protective irrigation to build resilience through water conservation structures like farm ponds, check dams, group wells, and water absorption trenches implemented in the watershed. At the same time, to reduce water consumption, the micro-irrigation techniques like drip and sprinkler irrigation, which is operated through solar power, were promoted. Crop diversification of cotton by turmeric, vegetables with organic pesticides and fertilizers helped to minimize pests and disease on crops. This resulted into increased awareness among the farmers about the importance of soil health, soil testing, and management of soil nutrients for higher productivity. The approach of soil health management for food security and climate resilience is being replicated in different states, including Himalayan region of India. This has contributed to increase soil organic carbon through soil health management practices for sustainable food production system.
With this, thank you, and thank you for this additional time.
Thank you very much, Bharat. And thank you very much for the extended 3 minutes. But it was a very interesting video. So I think it was worth to see it. Now, the next presentation is done via Zoom. Alain Desvignes. Or Sandrine Sommer is first. So she's Chief Sustainability Officer of Moët Hennessy.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. So Moët Hennessy joined the initiative 4 pour 1000 at the beginning of this year, and we are delighted to support this community and this initiative as we share the same value and the same goals. As a global leader in luxury wine and spirits with many iconic brands and maisons, we have a special responsibility towards the planet as a whole. It's our mission to nurture our incredible heritage and ensure we maintain the right balance between the business activities and the needs of nature. This is the reason why we have created at Moët & Cie a sustainability program called Living Soils, Living Together. And regenerating soils is one of our top priorities. Soil is a complex ecosystem and a vital natural resource. And it's essential to adapt and fight climate change and biodiversity loss. Aware of this necessity, with our maison at Moët & Cie, we have been working for many years in order to reduce our environmental impact and with the most relevant environmental certification all over the world. And we continue to improve our agriculture and viticulture practices. We are testing different solutions of regenerative agriculture. And for example, we are planting trees and hedges. We implementing cover cropping all over the world. We are testing agroforestry in some of our terroirs. Of course, we're fostering biodiversity all over the world as well. And now we have to implement more widely and capitalize on scale. And 4 pour 1000 is one of our key partners. We have definitely need to use the collective intelligence in order to continue to train and sensibilize farmers, to push governments to go further, to improve and facilitate measures and KPIs, to invest for sure on fields. And last but not least, of course, to continue to share best practice. And this is the reason why we have developed and we have created the World Living Soils Forum, and I will come back later on this subject. Just to conclude, I would like to let you know that, yes, the private sector is fully in, and we are very proud to be part of this community, of this initiative, and you can count on you on our sustainable support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandrine. And you will come back later on for session 1 of the next unit here. Next speaker is now also on Zoom, Alain Desvignes, CEO from the Amarenco Group, Ireland.
Good morning, everyone. You may well ask yourself the question why a solar energy company such as Amarenco has been invited to this event and why we decided to join the 4 per 1000 initiative. I believe the most credible person in my ecosystem to answer the question is my long-term friend, David Lecoufle, that I have invited today, who was my former colleague in deploying solar infrastructures across the world and who has been pioneering regenerative farming now for several years in the south of France. So David, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alain, and good day, everyone. It's an honor to be here. So I'm a regenerative farmer, and with Amarenco, we're working currently on a 100 hectares farm in southwest France, which we will be implementing in regenerative agriculture. So I would like to show to you our concrete vision and project, how we would like to implement it, so that on the same ground we can have regenerative farming and CO2-free electricity production. So our starting point really is this. As the IPCC report rightly highlights, any climate change action has impact on biodiversity actions and vice versa. So for instance, here we see towards the top in the energy sector. The second here would be solar energy, and solar energy currently show 2 negative impacts on biodiversity. It uses land and it decreases areas with protected biodiversity. So what we're trying to do here is really trying to reconcile these two, so that on the same ground we can really achieve food and energy sovereignty. Here, what we're trying to show is the different ecological practices that you can put in place to reduce your carbon footprint, to increase biodiversity. So this is from a very recent study from the INRAE in France. They're basically here comparing different practices you can put in place, such as intercropping, crop rotations, agroforestry. And in all these aspects, so we have the biodiversity, water cycle, water quality, and carbon sequestration. Agroforestry almost always comes on top as the one practice with the highest positive impact on all these aspects. So agroforestry can mean a lot of things, and the most basic understanding of agroforestry is to have trees. Basically, there would be a single variety of trees in crops, typically a single variety of crops. But one of the agroforestry types we're talking here is successional agroforestry. So in successional agroforestry, what we're doing is we're planting productive trees, fruit trees, with wild trees very dense with each other, respecting different strata. So we have the lower strata, medium one, high one in canopy. The idea here is really to be inspired from the natural successions of vegetations when a prairie is slowly evolving towards a forest. But all these strata are planted together at the same time, and we can really speed up the regeneration and the successions of vegetation. So what we're showing here in the successional agroforestry is that the highest strata, so also called the canopy, is only taking about 20 to 30% space and light in the overall system of a successional agroforestry. In our model, well, it's in our project where we're working in South France, what we're planning to do is, starting from this successional agroforestry, which is a really good regenerative process, as I mentioned, the idea is to remove or to replace the top layer, the canopy, to replace the canopy with photovoltaic panels with different transparency levels. The idea here is that we're ensuring that all layers, as we can see in the bottom picture here, all layers do have the same access to space and access to light as they would in a natural successional agroforestry design. Because as it is represented here, only about maximum 20% of the light is captured by the PV panels where the trees need them. So if you see the shadow, which is showing towards the north face of the trees, the shadow is only hitting the ground, so it's not impeding the growth of the trees. So by doing so, we can, in a small surface, we can have the carbon sequestration of a full successional agroforestry system. And on top of that, we can have CO2-free electricity generation. So on top of that, obviously here we have several, let's say, climate actions we need to protect the trees from. In our regions, we mainly have difficulties with hail. Rain can also bring fungi diseases to the trees. And we're starting to have, especially after this summer, we're starting to have severe sunburn during the hottest hours of the year, where the sun's the highest. So by implementing such system, we actually can mitigate these three risks. Typically today, a single variety orchard, such as an apple orchard, would have anti-hail net. We're replacing them here with our PV panels, also protecting the trees from direct rainfall. And we're protecting the trees from the highest sun in summer, let's say the midday hours between 10 and 2 p.m. sun time, where the sun can burn the trees in the worst way. Just to finish off, really, we have here a scale of what CO2 sequestration looks like in different agriculture practices. So obviously, when we have tillage, which is at the right bottom here, we have no carbon sequestration, or let's say all carbon which is sequestrated is released again when we till. And The next level up would be a simple agroforestry, which isn't actually much of a carbon sequestration practice if the rest of the crop is tilled. Next level up would be conventional orchards or vineyards. And interestingly enough, natural grasslands are actually better CO2 sequestration areas than conventional orchards. On top of that, we have regenerative agriculture, for instance, with long crop rotation and rotational grazing. That sequester about 2 tons per hectare per annum. In successional agroforestry in temperate climates where we are, we can sequester as much as 10 tons per hectare per annum. That's in the tree and the rootstocks of the trees. And obviously in the design we have here, we can add on top of that 250 tons of avoided CO2 with the production of electricity from PV panels. So I just wanted to finish off with, if you see the picture in the background, it's other types of successional agroforestry projects we're working on, where we have placed trees in a greenhouse with semi-transparent PV panels, so as to achieve the same effect. The PV panels would replace, so to say, a semi-transparent canopy and enable the production of electricity at the same time. Thank you very much. That's all from my side, and I'm happy to exchange with anyone after that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Alain. And next speaker is now here in the room. We have again a change in the agenda. Mrs. Leyan Vinovicki is here in the room and has to leave in a minute, but to give her the chance to speak to us, we said you can speak earlier in the agenda, but later as expected. She is a global research leader of the soil and land health and co-lead of the Coalition for Action for Soil Health, and closely cooperating here with the Katopimili Initiative. So floor is open to you.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm so pleased to have 3 minutes to talk with everyone here today. Why are we so excited? Because since 2015, there's been a full 4 per mil day every year at COP. Now, this COP, we've had 2 full days dedicated to soil. The Coalition of Action for Soil Health co-hosted the Food Systems Pavilion on November 11th. Check Twitter, COP27 Soil is going viral. Rockefeller's tweeting, our partners are tweeting. It's very exciting. We are all here because we're committed to scale healthy soil practices globally. On the next slide, Beatrice, we are here because just as the 4 per mil initiative sign says, soil provides so many ecosystem services. We have to communicate at this COP. It's not just about mitigation. It's about food and nutrition security, ecosystem restoration, climate change adaptation and mitigation, as well as biodiversity. Last year at Glasgow, there were 0 pavilions on food systems. This year, how many? 4. There were 4 pavilions dedicated to food systems. So that means we're being listened to, our voice matters, we are making a difference. So the next slide just highlights that I'm going to focus this presentation just on the soil health resolution. So we have come together with COP per mil to acknowledge that we need to advocate for soil health. We have to get it into the climate negotiations, because soil is this connector. So on the left-hand side, super degraded system here in northern Kenya, where I took this photo. The next slide just highlights what is our soil health. So what is CASH, the Coalition of Action for Soil Health? Paul and I have a long story, tons of Zooms on the UN Food Systems Summit, Action Track 3. We put together all the game-changing solutions on soil, and we formed the Coalition of Action for Soil Health to make sure soil health was recognized in the Food Systems Summit. It's essentially to improve soil health globally by addressing implementation, monitoring, policy, and financing gaps that currently constrain farmers. These are the 4 goals. We want to integrate soil health into policy. We're already working on NDCs in Africa. We want to increase financing by 5 to 10-fold, increase the number of hectares, and fill research and development gaps, right? We still have questions about the impact of different land use on soil health. So one of the things that we're doing is the soil health resolution. This is very exciting. We need to get soil into the climate negotiations, recognize that soils are the basis of life, and it's the foundation of sustainable and regenerative systems. Affirm that agricultural systems can be part of the solution. We're already seeing it in the number of food system pavilions. On the next slide, because I can't remember all my. Stress the importance of aligning the 3 Rio conventions. Consider that soil is central to ecosystem restoration. We just launched the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration and reaffirm that international action is needed. So with that, I encourage all of you to, the next slide just says, reach out to member states, talk to Paul, talk to Beatrice, talk to me, talk to Julia, talk to anyone to see how we can bring this forward. Let's get France on board. Ethiopia is on board, European Commission is on board, and raise awareness about the role of soil health. I will close by saying my name is Lee Winawicki. I lead the Soil and Land Health Research team at C4E Craft based in Nairobi. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that talk. And I think it was good that you are still here, did not leave so far. Thanks a lot for that presentation. And I think you are completely right. Soil health, as I said in the beginning, is in the heart, not only of 4 per mille, but hopefully also in the heart of the negotiations which are still going on. Now, Paul, please help me. Who's next? We have the video of Sarah Vidal. That's the Partnership Relation Manager of Mesagri from France.
L'ensemble des équipes de l'entreprise Mesagri est ravie de pouvoir participer à cette 6e journée de l'initiative internationale du 4 pour 1000 et nous tenons à remercier tout particulièrement et personnellement Monsieur Stéphane Le Foll, président de l'initiative, et Paul Lu, secrétaire exécutif pour cette invitation. Mesagri est une entreprise française dont le siège est situé en Aveyron, dans un département où la santé des sols est un enjeu majeur dans la mesure où l'agriculture représente près de 10% de nos emplois. Les événements climatiques extrêmes de ces dernières années ne sont pas sans conséquences sur la santé des sols. Et nous partageons tous la volonté de trouver des solutions durables. Aussi, parce qu'il faut avoir beaucoup d'humilité face à ce contexte, notre procédé est une solution parmi d'autres. Marcel Mézy l'a mise au point il y a plus de 40 ans. Il s'agit d'un procédé naturel de fertilisation appelé technologie Marcel Mézy. Procédé basé sur l'action de micro-organismes à partir de compost de plantes et d'essences d'arbres. Utilisé à l'origine pour améliorer la fertilité des sols tout en diminuant le recours aux engrais chimiques, les travaux de recherche menés depuis plusieurs années en collaboration avec de grands instituts tels que l'INRAE ou AgroParisTech ont démontré que cet amendement organique avait désormais plusieurs fonctions: stockage du carbone, lutte biologique, dépollution des sols, préservation de la ressource en eau ou encore réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Notre écosystème, composé de 28 000 souches, bactéries, archées, microalgues, permet de révéler, de restaurer, de réveiller la biodiversité des sols. Parce que nous pensons que tout est déjà dans les sols, que le sol, à lui seul, constitue l'origine du monde que nous connaissons actuellement. C'est donc un parti pris que de stimuler la biodiversité déjà présente dans les sols plutôt que d'apporter des intrants chimiques. Les premières études, dès 2016, ont démontré une teneur en matière organique supérieure de 12 à 14,8% par rapport aux témoins selon les essais. Actuellement, nous menons des essais avec l'INRAE sur les impacts des technologies Marcel Mézy et des pratiques associées sur les cultures, les impacts environnementaux des activités agricoles, à la fois en conditions contrôlées en laboratoire, mais aussi en parcelles agronomiques en conditions réelles. Alors, si nous sommes membres de l'initiative 4 pour 1000, à laquelle nous avons d'ailleurs adhéré dès sa création, c'est parce que nous sommes convaincus tout comme vous, qu'il est encore temps d'agir et que nous pouvons collectivement léguer ce patrimoine vivant à nos enfants. Nous vous remercions.
So thank you very much to Sarah for that presentation and for that video. So Karin Kraus, Executive Director for Engagement, member of the Executive Committee of Carrefour.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Karine Kraus, je suis directrice exécutive de l'engagement du groupe Carrefour et je vais vous dire pourquoi nous avons rejoint l'initiative 4 pour 1000 et pourquoi c'est important pour nous. Alors pourquoi c'est important pour nous chez Carrefour? On est très mobilisés sur le climat, c'est un sujet qui nous tient à cœur depuis longtemps. Depuis 2015, on a pris des engagements très forts, on est sur une trajectoire 1,5 degré et on a encore annoncé récemment dans le cadre de notre plan stratégique qu'on allait déréférencer nos plus gros fournisseurs qui n'auraient pas de trajectoire carbone 1,5 degré. Donc le climat, c'est vraiment un sujet important pour nous. Et dans ce cadre, l'agriculture durable l'est tout autant, parce que je pense que vous le savez tout autant que moi, l'agriculture durable, c'est vraiment un des moyens de participer à la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique. On est donc très mobilisés là aussi sur l'agriculture durable, avec plusieurs initiatives au fil du temps. On a nos filières qualité Carrefour, qui ont été créées il y a 30 ans et qui sont des gages d'agriculture durable. On a le bio, on est devenu le leader européen du bio. Et puis désormais, on a l'agroécologie, toutes ces pratiques durables qui visent à assurer des hauts niveaux de rendement tout en préservant les sols et sur lesquels on est très investi chez Carrefour. Il faut savoir que par exemple, dans nos filières qualité Carrefour, on a 50% de nos fruits et légumes qui viennent de l'agroécologie. Donc la préservation des sols, pour nous, c'est vraiment une priorité. Et dans ce cadre, ça nous a semblé évident de rejoindre cette association 4 pour 1000 l'année dernière, en 2021. On l'a fait pour toute une série de raisons. On l'a fait pour mener des projets concrets. On a par exemple en ce moment un projet d'analyse des sols pour voir leur capacité de séquestration du carbone. On l'a fait pour que nos experts chez nous puissent rencontrer d'autres experts sur ce sujet qui est encore un sujet émergent, puissent partager les meilleures pratiques. Et puis on l'a fait pour faire un effet signal aussi, pour dire que ce sujet est important, que Carrefour s'engage. Et puis comme souvent, on est un des leaders de la grande distribution, on aimerait bien que des gens vous rejoignent. Donc voilà, rejoignez-nous dans cette initiative 4 pour 1000. C'est vraiment une belle initiative qui a du sens pour préserver les sols, pour en faire des puits de carbone. Donc rejoignez-nous sur cette belle initiative.
Yeah, thank you very much. And next speaker is now Olivier Reynaud. He's here in the room. Welcome to the stage. And he is co-founder and managing director of Net Zero France.
Thank you very much.
Floor is open to you.
Thank you very much to the 4,000 Initiative for hosting this event. I'm happy to be, I think, the youngest speaker in the room to talk about action.
No, it's me.
Fair enough. No, I'd like to talk about action because as some of you have mentioned, this COP has been focusing more than the previous ones on agriculture. But, you know, it's still much about speeches and not a lot about actual action. And so I'd like to present what we do at Net Zero to bring biochar at scale. So maybe could we have the presentation? Right. So I'll start by maybe just a quick summary on what biochar is. Maybe you're familiar with the concept. So biochar is the picture that you see on your right, so to the left of the screen. It's basically carbon that we extract from biomass. So in this case, from crop residues, you can see some coffee husk. And the idea is to extract this carbon and to store it in the ground in a very stable form. And this is a way to remove carbon from the atmosphere and store it for hundreds of years out of it, but also to improve soil quality and soil health. So this is a proven scientific solution that has been extensively studied, but has remained a very small scale solution up until now. And what we're trying to do at Net Zero is to scale this solution in the tropics to solve to address both climate and agriculture topics. So maybe you can go to the next slide to show you the impact of biochar on agriculture. So this is a trial that we've done in Cameroon, where we have our first industrial scale biochar production plant. And this trial on maize shows just how effective biochar is. So as you can see, the most effective combination is biochar plus fertilizers, but biochar only works also very well, much better than just fertilizers. The reason that we get these much higher yields is that biochar acts in the soil as a carbon sponge that will retain water and nutrients at root level. And so, of course, this brings higher yields. Biochar is also a way to correct soil acidity, which is a very big problem in tropical areas, by raising the pH. And so this also improves yields in a very significant way. Maybe if we can move to the next slide, we can have a quick look at the roots of the same maize crops that we've seen. And as you can see, the root development is much better with biochar than with just fertilizers. And so this is also why you get these significant yield increases. Another example that I'd like to show you is on the next slide on coffee, a trial that was conducted in Brazil that shows another aspect of biochar, which is that it can reduce significantly the use of fertilizers while still raising yields. So if you look at the third plot on this graph, we can reduce by a third the usage of fertilizers while improving yields. And so this translates into savings for farmers, especially in the current context with very high prices of fertilizers. It's also a way to reduce the carbon footprint of agriculture, because fertilizers emit a lot of greenhouse gases in their production and use. And of course, if you get higher yields, farmers have more income. And so this is a way to improve significantly their standard of living. Now, if we can move to the next slide, I'd like to show you very quickly what's the model of net zero in a very synthetic way. So basically, you have the current situation where you have farmers that are selling their products to processing facilities. So they sell raw crops to processing facilities that then will process the crops and generate the edible part on the one side and residues on the other side. And what we do is we come after the processing phase and we collect all these residues that in the tropics are usually not used. There are no valorization schemes or very few valorization schemes for these residues. And we're talking billions of tons of agricultural residues available that if we don't do anything, they're just left there to rot, emitting greenhouse gases back in the atmosphere, or sometimes even worse, they're burned, creating a lot of air pollution. So we get these residues, we transform them into biochar. So basically we extract the carbon that there's in these residues, and we sell to a very affordable price the biochar to farmers so that they can improve their productivity and reduce their costs. This is also a way to inset carbon in the value chain and have a very local, very circular, and very beneficial model for all stakeholders. Maybe next slide very quickly. Our model has been already recognized by a number of partners. We've recently won the X Prize Carbon Removal Award for the sequestration part of our model. So carbon that we store for a very long time in the soils. So out of the atmosphere, we've been labeled by the Solar Impulse Foundation. And we've recently got our first carbon credits certified by Pura, which is the leading certification standard for biochar. And maybe last slide. This is the first plant that we've built in Cameroon, industrial scale. We're just finalizing our second production plant in Brazil. And we're really aiming at bringing biochar at scale very rapidly. We have a very strong R&D program to improve the technology and to really be able to develop this thing at scale. And we already have a very big pipeline of projects in Brazil next year. So last slide, if you want to know more, you have a few links, social media, and so on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And now the next speaker is the video of Sarah Vidal ready now? Is that working? No. Then it's Stefania Avanzini. So she's director of the One Planet Business for Biodiversity, hosted by the World Business Council for Sustainable Development from Switzerland.
Hello, greetings to all participants of the 7th Forum 4 pour 1000. I am Stefania Vanzini. I'm the director of One Planet Business for Biodiversity, a cross-sector, action-oriented international coalition of businesses that span from farmer cooperatives to retailers that have the ambition to protect and restore biodiversity. Our mission is to scale up the deployment of regenerative agriculture and to shift land use to restore biodiversity. OP2B is a platform hosted by the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, a CEO-led community of over 220 leading businesses in sustainability. We have strong synergies with the initiative 4 pour 1000. We share the same ambition to restore the health of our soils. OP2B member companies are strongly committed to restore soil health because the resilience of their value chain depends on it. We're actively looking for collaboration. Today, we collaborate already with many actors to define and align on shared metrics to measure soil health. And we're actively looking for partners to collectively invest in landscape projects to support farmers' transition towards more regenerative farming practices to restore soil health. I wish you a great 7th Forum and look forward to future collaborations.
Yeah, thank you very much. And now we are going back to, yeah, is that okay, the video from Sarah Vidal? No. So the next one is now again Sandrine Sommer, and she will present the results from the World Living Soils Forum, which was hosted by Moe Hennessy in June 22. It was in Arles.
In Arles, exactly, in the south of France. Hello again. Is it okay with my presentation? Can you see my screen? Okay, fine. So as I mentioned before, you know, with Moe Hennessy, our first priority is regenerating soils. And within this strategy, we really want to engage key people and key stakeholders. This is the reason why, you know, we have decided to create this event, the World Living Soils Forum. The aim of this event was really to connect people about soils regeneration, of course, to share concrete action, you know, and to for sustainable and regenerative viticulture, to strengthen the link between researchers, between scientists, and between farmers and companies. And last but not least, try to find a way to gather science-based KPI in order to measure in the same way, you know, everything about soils. And during this forum, we have a nice sharing between male and female, and I know it's very important for Paul and for us as well. We have a nice sharing between French and non-French people, international people, and a sharing between influencers, institutions, scientists, and business. So we had approximately 100 speakers and 1,000 people inline and offline. For us, it was very important, you know, to have all stakeholders. And when we are meaning all stakeholders, we had scientific experts, of course, and the best one from a great university and certain like INRAE, like Wageningen, Rodel Institute, and so on. We have some NGOs, of course, like WWF or Pour une agriculture du vivant. We have some institutions, of course, and OIV, and also 4 pour 1000 for sure, and OP2B. We just listened to Stefania. We have European Commission as well on board. We have a lot of business organization. You know, it was very important for us to have our competitors on the same boat, but also food industry like Danone. And we have as well some banks, some investors. We have our ecosystem, wait and say ecosystem, meaning our maison, our brands, but also our wine growers and our retailers, our clients. We have the young generation on board as well, because we have students, we have startups, very important. And we have some what we call opinion leader, you know, some media, some PR, but also some influencer like Change Now and Kiss the Ground. And to be sure, you know, we have the wide content with the World Living Soils Forum. We have created a steering committee. Within this steering committee, we had some scientists, and you know, a lot of them, I'm sure, and particularly say hello to Lydie Stella. I think she's in the room. And we have some NGO and institutions, as I mentioned. Of course, Paul, and thank you, Paul. You were on board for the committee, and you was as well as a speaker during the event. And we have as well Jan Gael Rio, you know, for example, for Danone, which was very useful for us in order to link agriculture and viticulture. So during these 2 days, we have decided to cover different subjects around the soils, the regenerating of soils. Of course, first of all, to explain where we are in terms of state of knowledge and where we are in the world within the soils. Of course, address the biodiversity subject, the water subject, how it is connected, water and soils, for sure, very important. We mentioned as well different practices, you know, different practices in terms of regenerative agriculture. And last but not least, of course, a clear link with soils and climate change and how we can absorb and sequester carbon within the soils. And of course, we address as well how we can accelerate the transition. So 2 days with always some plenary sessions, and after plenary sessions, different sessions at the same time, like that people can choose where they want to deep dive different subjects during these 2 days. And as you mentioned, it was in Arles, you know, a very nice city in the south of France, and with a good, how do you say, compromise with art, with city, with nature. And we organize a setting, I think, quite warm, you know, with a lot of food. We were like an agora, you know, in order to be sure we have really useful discussion during these 2 days, a lot of presentation, as you can see, with a great speaker as well, like Hélène Valade, our environmental director at LVMH, but also Prince Albert de Monaco and Stéphane Le Foll was here as well to have a very interesting keynote session. And as I mentioned, it was very important for us to explain that within this subject, we have no competition between us. So in fact, we organized 2 roundtables with our main, and we had CEOs on board, because it's a subject which is so strategic that CEOs have to be on board as well on this topic. And we explained that we have exactly the same value, the same goals, and we want to clearly work more together within this subject. And last but not least, of course, as I explained, startups were very important during this forum. So we invited a lot of startups, a lot of young people, you know, in terms of water, in terms of biodiversity, in terms of measurement, and they were crucial and very important during this meeting. And last but not least, we organize as well some session, you know, what we call living soils sessions, to be sure, you know, we continue to train people, to explain everything about soils, about what are the different solutions and so on. And to finish, maybe a movie, I'm not sure if it works.
Sandrine, we have no sound, but wonderful pictures and former ministers.
This is then and what I wanted to present to you for the World Living Soils Forum for the next session. So you know it will be in 2 years, and we really want to continue within this type of event. And to be sure, it's not just events, but between 2 events, we have really accelerating the transition and push the soil health everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandrine. And good to see that such big meetings happen everywhere in the world. That's good. And next speaker is now Emile Frison, talking about the Coalition on Agroecology. And Emile is member of the International Panel of Experts on Sustainable Food Systems, IPES Food, and coordinator of the Coalition on Agroecology. It's also on Zoom. Are you there?
Yes, thank you. If I can have my presentation, please. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving the opportunity to present on the Agroecology Coalition, or the Coalition for Food System Transformation through Agroecology, as its full name is, of which 4 per thousand is a member. So just a word about what we are currently facing in our food systems. If you
presentation is coming.
Yes, thank you. Can I have the next slide, please? The current challenges we have in our food systems today. Can I have the next slide, please? We know about most of these problems of our food system generating 1/3 of greenhouse gases, being responsible for biodiversity loss, pollution of soil, air, and water. It is vulnerable to climate change, and we do not address the triple burden of malnutrition, with still increasing numbers of hungry people since 2015, and problems of obesity and non-communicable diseases, and maintaining also social inequity and the loss of cultural values. And these are all associated with our current food system based on a model of industrial agriculture that is destructive of the environment and soils. Next, please. So what we really need, next slide, please, is to reconsider. Can I have the next slide, please? Yes. Is really transformational change. And since 2016, we have an impressive number of major reports by IPBES, by IPES Food, by the IPCC, the high-level panel of experts of the Committee on World Food Security, and others, that all are calling for transformational change, not just making our current system more efficient or less polluting, but really rethinking it completely. And they all mention agroecology. And whether we start from industrial agriculture that is not sustainable, or for underperforming subsistence agriculture, we must converge towards diversified agroecological farming that will deliver. Next, please. So this is really about a different paradigm. In order to address economic, environmental, climate mitigation and adaptation, health, social and cultural objectives simultaneously, and not one at the expense of the others. Next, please. That really means a paradigm that is based on the 13 principles of agroecology that were developed by the high-level panel of experts of the Committee on World Food Security in 2019, and that include objectives on or principles on strengthening the resilience of our system, on improving resource efficiency, but also, and that's coming in addition to focusing on soil health or focusing on regenerative agriculture, it's also securing social equity. It's about participation, connectivity, co-creation of knowledge and social values and fairness in the system. So it's really addressing these social dimensions in an ambitious way at the same time. Next, please. So agroecology has a different paradigm. It's not just a set of agricultural practices, but it addresses the entire food system from production to consumption and takes the best of all innovations that are compatible with the 13 principles and combine the modern science with traditional and farmer knowledge. So it's also about changing the social relations, empowering farmers, adding value locally, privileging short value chains and linking consumers to producers. So it's a holistic, integrated approach to reach economic, environmental, climate, health, social and cultural objectives. It aims to achieve the sustainable development goals in an integrated manner. Next, please. Well, this transformational change of our food system approach really requires, in order to implement these 13 principles, changes in the production practices, changes in the social and economic relations, changes in the knowledge generation and transmission, and changes in the institutional framework. Next slide, please. There are examples at scale of agroecology at work. We heard already from the Bind Foundation the example in Andhra Pradesh, where now close to 1 million farmers have been practicing what they call natural farming, which is the local name for agroecology, at scale, showing increased productivity, but especially a significant net increased income. Next, please. The agroecology coalition that emerged during the Food System Summit last year now brings together 42 countries and regional commissions and 82 organizations, including UN organizations, research organizations, farmer organizations, indigenous people organizations, civil society organizations, and philanthropic foundations. And they aim to really accelerate the very much needed transformation of our food systems using the 13 principles of agroecology as a basis. Next, please. And as I mentioned, the 4 per 1,000 has been a member of the coalition since its inception. The coalition is working through 5 working groups, one that is looking at policies, one that looks at research and innovation, one that looks at financing and investment, one on communication and advocacy, and one on implementation of agroecology initiatives on the ground. So next slide, please. I just want to invite other countries that are not yet member and organizations that share these values to join the coalition. You can find information on our website. And I thank you for the opportunity of talking to you here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emil. Very important coalition and helps also in the context of soil carbon. And now the next presentation is from Mr. Vincent D'Enfant about the 4 per 1000 perspective in French overseas departments and regions. And you are from CIRAD, is that right?
Thank you. Okay, I think I'm the last speaker of this forum. Very dangerous.
That means the most important.
Yeah, very dangerous position. Try to keep you attentive. So thank you to give me the opportunity to present this study. I am Vincent D'Enfant from CIRAD. I'm an agroecology scientist working on carbon sequestration, balance carbon in farming, in grazing system. And I will present you a study, 4 per 1000 Outre-mer. It talking about carbon storage in agriculture and forest soil in the French overseas territories to mitigate and adapt to climate change. So this study is conducted by cooperation between CIRAD with my colleague Julien Demenoy, Elie Daguet, and INRAE with Jean-Marc Blasi, and IRD, Alain Abrèche. And it's produced after an agreement between the Ministry of Overseas in French with 4 pour 1000 initiative and ADEME French Energy Agency. Next slide, please. So this project tried to match with Overseas Trajectory 5.0. It's a national initiative that promotes a challenge of sustainable development in overseas. And there is 5 objectives, and we match with, especially with 2 objectives, 0 carbon and 0 vulnerability. Next. And about a little context, a study was conducted by INRA in French, concerning storing carbon in French area, but it was not concerning overseas territory. And the objective is to identify agricultural and forestry practices to store more carbon, quantify the associated additional storage potential, to map it, and to quantify the implementation cost. And it's also an international reference, because actually we can imagine replication, for example, of this expertise in other countries, like EGP, European Joint Partnership. And as says Elisabeth Claverie from CIRAD, it's very important to also to consider the sharing and cooperation with Global South. Next slide. So the French tropical overseas territories present some specificities, so that should be taken into account with a view of to extending the 4 per mil French study made by INRA, because French territory are situated in tropical area with specific pedological, climatic, etc. That must be taken account, of course. Next slide. The objective of the study was to state the state of the earth. I heard a lot of things in COP27 and concerning science. I understand that it's very important to produce reference, new reference perhaps, but it's also very important to destock this reference and to share the knowledge with different stakeholders. And of course, it concerns carbon sequestration in soil, and the ambition of this of destock the knowledge is to contribute to the implementation by agriculture and forestry stakeholders of these new practices to contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation through carbon storage inside 4 pour 1000 initiative. I will give you some results very quickly. The study is coming now at the end. We are actually making some delivery. And for example, about the stock, carbon stock, you can see is very important. For example, compared to France. In France, there is 500,000 million ton of carbon. And if you look at French Guiana, for example, there is 25% of the stock that is localized in this overseas department. And you can see also the mean organic carbon stock per hectare, and you can see there is a big potential in this territory. So what is important is to preserve this stock and try to also to improve it. And in this territory, oh, sorry, this next slide, sorry, excuse me. So I was saying it was important to protect this carbon stock in different systems. So in these territories, of course, forest cover a main of the superficie. Okay, you can see It was the result. So I was saying that French Guiana the high potential. And next slide, please. So this potential has to be protected because you can see the main cover of this territory is forest, of course, but actually there is a trend to deforestation, of course. And when you convert the convention of forest to annual or perennial crops conduct to decrease the soil carbon stock. Convention for perennial crops like banana, sugarcane to annual crops conduct also to decrease the stock, but convention, for example, from this culture or the forest to grassland, it conducts to increase the soil carbon stock. Next slide, please. I came to conclusion. So soil carbon stock in this territory are on decline because of land use change, forests versus crops, for example. And there is also low carbon input in conventional practices. So these studies show that new practices are possible, agroecology, agroforestry, and that are able to co-construct land use scenario in view of the 5.0 trajectory, for example. And for that, we need more data and research to fill the gaps. It's actually, there is a lot of data from CIRAD, IRAD, INRA, and it concerns mainly the biological process, but there is often a gap between biological process and the practices, and there is another gap between practices and implementation of these practices at different scale. So we have to conduct other research. Next slide, please. And the challenges, what are the challenges? At national level, for example, for this territory, these territories are taken account in national carbon accounting. For example, French Guiana comes from more than 50% of aerial carbon of forest stock of France. So it's very important. At territorial level, there is another challenging. Our research can support indigenous development of this territory because agriculture is a fundamental sector, but it must be also compatible with the net zero, of course. At farm level, as I was saying, we must be able to destock our knowledge to give some efficient practices. And the last point is to sharing this knowledge and to practice cooperation with Global South. And I will give you a very concrete example. In next slide, please. In Amazonia, for example, I know we are in Africa, but there is other land with very important challenges concerning climate change. And in Amazonia, CIRAD, IRD, INRA have a lot of projects in cooperation in this area. And we could see this area we have a landscape that share very efficient area, for example, that can be sorry, excuse me. This area can produce ecosystem services in integrating forest, pasture farms, and landscape. Instead of considering protection of the forest and agriculture production in another side, we can combine the two in a new model, in a new landscape model. And so we are practicing cooperation between, for example, Guyana and Brazil to have these aims possible. Thank you, and you can have some details on our internet website. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vincent. And good message for you. You were not the last one. Paul told me that the video of Sarah Vidal, Partnership Relation Manager of Mesagri, is now working. Thank you very much. And well, thank you very much to all of you. It was a hard run, many presentations and speeches and messages this morning, or it's already afternoon now. And Paul included a 15 minutes discussion now into the agenda. My suggestion would be, yes, please discuss, but discuss in the back while fetching some food and coffee. And it's only 5 minutes. Let's say everybody has a different perception of 5 minutes. Yeah, but it's short break.